locality in Accra, where they uncovered 12 20-foot containers filled with gold bars and unspecified amount of cash in various denominations of US dollars and Ghana cedis, worth over several billions of dollars. Nearly 2 months after this operation, National Security has failed to brief the public on the status of their investigation relating to the corporates behind the billions of gold and cash stashed in the 12 containers, and failed to disclose the actual quantity of gold and the specific amount of money retrieved during the operation and what the state intends to do with the gold and cash currently in the custody of national security. We demand accountability. Does the government, through national security, intend to divert the 12 containers filled with gold and cash only to turn around to deceive the public in the end and probably call the gold as fake and the cash as counterfeit? On another security matter related to our airspace, the Minority Caucus calls on national security to, as a matter of urgency, make public the content of cargo suspected to be cocaine and cash transported into the country by two suspicious flights, namely Med Flight N823AM and Kavok Air private jets Antonov An-12B. There is no evidence of medical referral of or patients accompanying or on board the flights on either legs of the flight. We are reliably informed that contrary to the expectation that the Air Med flight would carry patients, the purpose for which it was designed and operates, it rather on this occasion carried suspicious cargo suspected to be cocaine and cash in various United States dollars denominations. It is the expectation of the Minority Caucus that transparency in such critical matters of airspace security is upheld in order to assure our citizens of the continued security of our airspace.
We are not going to do that. We believe that Ghana needs to be secure. And so it's important that we get these vessels to complement what the Navy already have so that they can protect all of us.
It begs the question as to, yes, ECG hasn't paid its duties. Fine. Yes. So why auction a container belonging to ECG without knowledge to ECG? Because in my candid opinion, that's the only way a container can leave the port.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying that these containers left the port without your notice? Without you being informed?
I would say if they have left, I'll be very careful to say, if, look, my brother,
well,
containers, containers don't get missing. Let's correct something.
Mr. Mama, so you know what? The containers are not at the port. You have seen some of them. You have seen some of them at Bone and the northern region.
How many?
At least we counted 40. The minister says 40, and the ones they found at Bone as well.
Let me ask you a simple question.
So they are not at the ports. That's what I want to tell you.
Do you know a container is not like a piece of paper that you fold and throw away.
True.
For international supply chain logistics, a container has a unique number. Mm-hmm. Now, let me draw you to the committee's work, because that is where I want us to draw inference from. The committee said 1,346 containers are missing. How are they missing? There are processes at the port. Let's go through those processes. Have we spoken to the shipping lines? Have we visited the other terminals?
Containers were auctioned with the content of the containers
yes.
as well.
Yes.
ECG containers.
Yes.
Were auctioned by who?
It would be by the GRA, because when it goes to an unclaimed sector of the port, it's still within the jurisdiction of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Customs Division.
Okay. So why did they auction those containers?
They would say it's within their purview. They might say the container has overstayed, the container hasn't come, the owner hasn't come for it. Let's say, for example, you order a vehicle from the US, or you are importing a vehicle, okay?
Yes. Now, I think that understanding is clear. So the reason why they auction the containers is because it overstayed a period.
Okay, yes.
That's
fine.
So that means that ECG failed to clear the containers.
So the question is, if ECG has failed to clear the containers, is that a good reason to auction the container with no recourse to ECG?
Did you write to the GRA?
There are letters flying. When I was in office, I know I wrote.
And what did the GRA say?
I don't have a reply from that. I have checked my documentation. There's no reply from that I can speak to.
Indicated that containers don't get missing. Per the records of the minister and what we have seen, the containers are not at the ports. So we can only describe them as missing and unaccounted for. It has been traced to certain warehouses, which you say that GRA auctioned those containers. That's one of the ways they got out. Which other way did they get out of the ports?
I am saying, if you are going to consider that, in my candid opinion, and there's normal standard and practice, that should be the only way a container can leave the port. So if its owner has paid the duties and all the charges surrounding it, then the container can leave with its owner. If its owner hasn't paid that and it has gone into an unclaimed section for a very long period of time, yes, then the GRA can auction it for what it's worth to retrieve whatever monies they need to retrieve.
And the management, according to this report by the committee, they say your management, the negligence of your management caused the hold-up of ECG containers at the ports, incurring demurrage to the tune of over 909.5 million Ghana cedis.
Well, my candid opinion...
Why did you then lead to this delay, the negligence that led to the delay incurring demurrage to this tune that we will have to pay?
Isn't it beautiful that you are saying it here on this show? What was wrong with the committee calling me for a sit-down, taking my opinion and probably even saying, oh, we've heard you, but it's rubbish? Right now, as I sit here, do you and I know what the next steps on that committee report is going to be taken?
Well, we understand that there's going to be a forensic
That is what we are all pushing.
Well, this particular conversation that I had with Samuel Dubi Mahama earlier in the week got a number of you talking. And in fact, some of the answers he gave to the questions I asked is what indeed has generated some reactions from persons within the sector. And that's going to be a matter of conversation this morning, because a number of things have happened after this conversation I had with him. The Energy and Green Transition Minister has written to the National Intelligence Bureau to then also expand and continue the investigations into this report by the committee that investigated the procurement practices of the Electricity Company of Ghana. Well, the Public Utilities Workers Union, PUW, they've also now issued a statement essentially expressing support for the Minister, John Jinapor, in his quest to address these matters of procurement within the Electricity Company of Ghana and then the energy sector essentially and its own challenges. We will have a conversation this morning on that here on Key Point. Also, this week, the minority in Parliament addressed the press earlier in the week, raising concerns about some matters of security. Well, they talked about some 2 flights, suspicious flights, as they described it, that came into the country within a certain period last month. And there was no communication whatsoever regarding the content of the said flights. They asked that the various security agencies updates the nation on 2 specific incidents that occurred in this country. Reverend Intim Fojo is the one who addressed the press this week, raising several security concerns, including his allegations of drug and cash smuggling through some jets or flights that landed at the Kotoka International Airport. The government has responded, giving some detail, but he says that that response by Phyllis Kwachofosu does not address the issues. Well, what exactly are the issues? Have they been addressed or not? That's a question that we'll have to ask, and also have the security analyst joining us this morning who understands how these things work. Stay with us. The fight against illegal mining is big on our agenda this morning. Reason being, this week, the Minister in charge of Lands and Natural Resources updated the nation on the progress made so far. But the civil society organizations and indeed the Ghanaians are also continuously asking questions of that promise to Ghanaians to repeal the LI 2462 and not amend. Why has the government taken a different path? And also the declaration of the state of emergency in these Galamsey areas. We've heard from the Interior Minister, Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak, directing the Inspector General of Police to immediately reassign all police commanders stationed in areas identified as illegal mining hotspots. How much of an impact will that have? Well, that's a conversation that we'll have this morning. Because this fight is an inter-ministerial fight, we would have the minister in charge of environment also joining us this morning. He is an integral part, or his ministry is an integral part of the fight against illegal mining. He's already with us in the studio. I'm going to go for this quick break. When I'm back, we'll have the conversation. My name is Alfred Ocansey. Welcome. This is Key Point. We're live on 3FM 92.7, TV3 Ghana on Facebook, a number of radio stations across the country and beyond. Stay with us. We're back shortly.
I want to kiss him.
Link to a powerful
the judiciary to play their part. I mean, this story, it goes to underscore the critical importance of the judiciary in this fight. Earlier, we had talked about the scorecard of the past 8 years where 845 people arrested for illegal mining. We could only prosecute 35 of them. We pray that story is different. We've already engaged the Attorney General, we've engaged the Chief Justice. I'm very happy that Attorney General is taking the necessary step to try to reconstitute and bring back dedicated courts in dealing with this terrorists. And that's how we see them. They are terrorists. Over 2 years of field day, we had not only the 44 forests reserve completely gone, but 9 of them was no-go areas, I informed you earlier, due to the dominance of these miners, illegal miners. Through sustained joint operations, 7 of these reserves have now been reclaimed. The reclaimed reserves are Jemra and Jemra Extension, Afao Hills, Tano Anya, Ofin Shelter Belt, Anyasu East, and Anyasu South and Subri. Efforts are ongoing to reclaim the other 2, which are Asenayo and Desuri. The Joint Military Forestry Commission Task Force has also conducted targeted operations in high-risk districts across Ashanti, Western and Western North regions, leading to significant sieges and arrests. And I can tell you today that so far, sieges we've done across the various areas in Kariye, Bebieni, Enche, Sehioso, Joaboso. A total of 100 excavators are now in the custody of the security forces. We have 3 bulldozers and 4 vehicles. And so we continue to make relentless. Let me say that we've also developed serial coding of all of these excavators to make sure that we can track it with numbering to make sure that they are all not going to get lost anywhere.
Well, that's the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources there, Emmanuel Amakofeboa. Well, the demands by the civil society organizations goes beyond this updates that was given. Well, you heard him talk about the number of forest reserves that have been reclaimed from illegal miners. In fact, earlier, we were told 9 forest reserves had been totally taken over. Now think about it, totally taken over by illegal miners. Even Forestry Commission officials couldn't have access to these forest reserves. I understand 7 out of 9 have been retrieved. A number of arrests made. A few policy changes in terms of direction. Now, these foreigners who are arrested, we understand now, will not be deported, will be prosecuted. All of that. But how much of an impact from the civil society's perspective will the declaration of a state of emergency make in these areas where illegal mining is taking place? We already heard what the Interior Minister has said to the IGP. Transfer all these police commanders in the places where illegal mining is taking place. How much of an impact will that have? Also, the LI 2462 that was promised to be repealed now is being amended. Broken promise or a change in perspective. There's a minister in the studio to answer all those questions that you, the Ghanaian people, have. But this is what the NDC had in their 2024 manifesto. They presented to you and I the reason why they won the election. Take a look. This is it. It said the next NDC government will wage a ruthless war against illegal mining and roll out an aggressive program to reclaim our polluted water bodies, degraded lands, and devastated forest reserves. Place a ban on new mining activities in forest reserves. Amend the mineral and mining law to impose stiffer punishment on mining in water bodies. Decentralize regulatory and licensing processes for artisanal miners, and also implement a tree for life reforestation policy and a blue water initiative to heal and harness the environment by turning degraded areas by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. Resource the Geological Survey Department to prioritize geological investment as part of a broader strategy to increase Ghana's stake in its extractive industry. Set up a novel Ghana Gold Board, we've seen, and then also provide mining support service to the industry, including concession, viability, health, safety, and efficiency in mining operations. Beyond this, on campaign platforms, comments were made which were not captured in the manifesto, but that also constitutes promise to Ghanaians, and that included the elected president, or now President John Dramani Mahama's position on the LI 2462, and then also the calls for the declaration of a state of emergency. This is Key Point on TV3. We're also live on 3FM 92.7 and on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. We're live as well on a number of radio stations across the country and also in Washington, D.C. and in Glasgow. Thank you so much for staying with us. My guest joining me in studio, Professor Ransford Jampo, is acting CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Professor Ransford Jampo, good morning. Welcome.
Morning. Thanks for having me. Good morning to my colleague and fellow panelists. You know, preliminary remarks.
Sure.
Last weekend, I was traveled to my hometown, and Salt Pond, bro. Now, when I was going there, I don't know what happened, but I happened to call the guy who takes care of my place. I said, Prof, you soon knew there's no water. And I thought it was a joke. Okay, so I tried to make some calls. I called the district manager of the waterworks, and he said, Prof, the problem has been there for about 6 months. The people of Mfantsiman, they don't have water. They've not lived with water flowing through their tap for about 6 months. Then the director, the administrative head of the first government hospital constructed in Ghana, it's a Sopon hospital, also called and said that there is a cholera outbreak and people, the hospital now has no space to accommodate patients. And why? Because there's no water. But I thought it was a joke. So I got to my hometown. I went to my house. There was no water. And quickly I called the plumber. I was not prepared, but I had to call a plumber. And the plumber led me on. We had to purchase a poly tank. And immediately we had to also purchase a pumping machine that can pump water. We installed all this. Then the plumber asked, so, but having done all this, where are you going to get the water to pump into there? And I said, are you serious? Are you kidding me? He said, well, there's no water. I called everybody. I called the municipal director, somebody in the Fansima municipality. They said they had a tank, a tanker that goes around to search for water. They moved from Salt Pond as far as to Elmina. They couldn't get water. Okay, so eventually they said it is left with some under that one. They can give it to me so that I can bath with it. So they brought. So I could not stay in my hometown. I had to leave. You see, the idea was quickly let me get the tanker to fill my tank so that in my environs, because I don't live there, I can let them come and fetch the water, quickly for free. But there was no water, and people are now suffering from this cholera outbreak. And why is there no water? I am told that the Bay Fikrom enclave, where they have a water body that feeds the people of Infantiman and greater part, some parts of the central region, that water body has dried. It has dried because of some illegal activities going on at the banks of that water. That is number one. Number two, that water body in time immemorial has never been dredged. And you have appointees, people who have been appointed and given mandate to do some of these things. They sat down for that water body to dry, and illegal activities, okay, including illegal mining from elsewhere that have dried water bodies elsewhere that are supposed to be feeding the Bay Fikrom water body, have all accounted, for some of this. So it's a very sad situation. And I say this, and I want to say this and remind some of the chiefs, okay, when some of us were leading the fight against the lithium agreement and the kinds of things that they wanted to do, or they want to do at our backyard in Ewoya around Sopon. I had some of the chiefs, I say some, not all of them, some of the chiefs standing in my way. And so now I'm saying, Nananum Mumubi Chamwehu. You have seen it. Now, if we do not sit down and put our acts together, I'm telling you that it may get to a point in time, even if you dig a borehole, you will not have water. What to burampa? See, I'm sure you madam lithium mpa wo babotui. Say yanyen kupeyimfo ansem from one fancy she papa ngu kwema. Burampo water omba. Because some of these illegal activities, okay, they have their own ways of compromising the sanctity of our water bodies, of drying them up and all that. So the thing, you see, if it is far away from you, you can be talking about. But if it is closer to you, I've gone to my hometown. I couldn't find water, so I had to leave. And it is, see, water is a basic necessity of. I know we'll be talking about Galamsey today, but these are some of the things. So this problem is now affecting everybody. If you go to Sopon, whether you are a chief or you are a madman, whether you are a seller or you are an NDC supporter, whether you are MPP or you are a nurse, everybody is having a certain impact, okay, on what is going on there. And I'm saying that let this be, and so I had people calling me, the MP member of parliament, Dr. Ahen, now looks helpless because everybody is calling him. Hospitals are calling him. Can you bring us tanker? There are only two tank vehicles that can supply water. Number one, the tanker for fire service, they said is broken down. So now they are using only one tanker, okay, for the which belongs to the Sopon Municipal Assembly. This tanker also goes round, and doesn't find water. Okay, so what are we going to do? And unfortunately, they haven't had anybody who can also project this matter, you know, out there for any serious redress. And I am worried that if the hospitals are now being inundated with cholera cases, then are we waiting for people to lose their lives before then the thing becomes serious? So, this was some of the reasons why some of us took the position we took against the exploration or the lithium activities, you know, in the area. And I'm saying that this one is about a distant effect of illegal mining that has caused the problem. But now that they are going to be doing lithium around the area, if we don't sit down well and ensure that the right thing is done, then I'm saying that what to do na and it should never be that it was under a chief's or somebody's tenure that people started dying because there was no water and because they themselves were not so responsible in ensuring that the right thing is done with the view to protecting and securing the environment that is our source of livelihood. We'll talk about Galamsey, and then I have my own comments.
In fact,
about
what you have just said actually sets the tone for this conversation, because it is a reality check of the impact of illegal mining, which we have been talking about all the while. So bringing it home with your own experience in your hometown when you visited them is a good tone, because then fundamental questions asked, the account given by the minister as against what we're faced with, what has to be done going forward to improve the fight against illegal mining as we are seeing it now, and this attendant effect as you have just talked about. Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed is the Minister in charge of Environment, Science and Technology. His ministry has been charged as well to complement, in fact, take up the fight against illegal mining, environment specifically. So that's in the studio. Good morning. Welcome, Honorable.
Good morning, and good morning to my lecturer and supervisor, and good morning to my other two panelists.
A very good student.
So I think this is the first time.
Did you use the
yes, I
title?
did.
He's a proper
This is the
doctor.
first time.
Not proper doctor, not everybody getting up say I'm doctor. Now, doctor, you can't even speak English. That I am doctor so and so. Doctor so and so.
Okay, thank you.
This
this is the first time.
He's supervised by the supervision was commenced by no mean a person like Professor Achwai, a very meticulous person. We took over later when Achwai left. But a very meticulous scholar who had to review, you write your chapter 1 10 times. And look, he suffered. And I have a lot of respect for him, because combining his work as a member of parliament, when he started, I was laughing at him in my head. You see, your party lost power and suddenly you say you want to do PhD as consolation. I was laughing at him. But he was going up and up and down, but with perseverance and determination. Look, when I was signing his thesis, I said something in my head and to myself that, look, one of my things that I'll be telling young people is that no matter how difficult the situation is, if you persevere, okay, and you have patience, and you decide not to look at the enormity of the problem, but you put your mind to it, you can do it.
Thank you.
Murtala, congratulations. I'm
there
proud
you
of
have it.
you.
This is the first time he's here as a doctor, so it's worth that you give him
Murtala Mohammed.
I think the point that is being made.
Engineer Dr. Ken
Don't
Ashigbe.
underestimate it.
Yes.
And you, the media, I blame you for a lot of that.
Why?
There are chiefs parading themselves. There are pastors parading themselves.
Reverend Doctor.
With names of doctors. There are even people who we should be respecting who are abusing that. And some of them are getting these, doctors, from very fictitious places. There's one significant man. Where he got the honorary doctorate from, they don't even offer an MBA. They don't even offer master. But he uses it. He's a very prominent person, And see, these things, if we don't arrest them, that is how we kill the integrity within, the system.
You know, so I think it's really important. And Doc, I think this is my second time of congratulating you.
Yeah.
It's an important thing, you know, to do, to recognize those who have done it. And for me, it would be to tell us all that if you don't, there's one guy chief who is going by some doctor. You should stop it. Very soon I'll start naming them as well. You should stop it.
Engineer Dr. Kenashigbe is the convener of the Ghana Coalition Against Illegal Mining. Engineer Dr. Chigbe, good morning, welcome.
Thank you.
And you've introduced yourself with this warning to this
So
guy.
this is not my introduction. This one is just...
This gun chief, whoever the gun chief is, I'm sure he knows what you're talking about. Martin Pebo is private legal practitioner. He is also one of the campaigners against illegal mining, just so you know, because he's representing a number of them in court. Counsel, correct?
Yes.
Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Morning. Yeah, the Etiwa forest. Yeah, you know, government wanted to mine bauxite. Crazy. So we had to go.
I hope you are not you are referring to that act.
Yes.
An attempt to mine.
Yes, it's crazy. It's crazy to want to mine in the Etiwa forest. You know, Leonardo DiCaprio, all the campaigners all over the world besieged him not to, and he ignored it. So we are in court, and thankfully now with the citizens joining in and asking for the LI 2462 to be abolished, it's made the case easier. I remember when we started that case, it looked delusional. I mean, anybody say, can you fight government? Sure, government wants development project, people need jobs. You say they shouldn't mine in a Tiwa forest. Now I look back and I'm like, oh, it's good we did it. It's good. Yes, so at least now we can be confident that nobody's going to mine in the Tiwa forest. A huge global diversity platform, if I call it so. It's a huge carbon sink as well. Very huge. Some of the species you can't find it
anywhere in the world.
Yes. So as usual, let me greet Sophie Kufu Yasantwa. Yes, you know, we always greet her because she's a relation to President Kufuor, and yet when Kufuor didn't govern well, she stood up more than those people who are not relations and just concentrated on feeding fat on the public purse, only the benefits they got. But Sophie Kufu looked beyond relations. She showed us that, listen, I can't keep quiet because my relation is the president. What is bad, whether under my relation or a different person. And that's how come we are comforted that she's in the Council of State. So JM will be assured of honest advice. Candid, no holds barred, right? Yeah, government chair, Kentucky take you through the second. Yeah, good morning. As usual, thank you very much for standing up in the Sicily Adapa matter. We hope we get justice.
Right.
And Domahini, thank you very much also for standing up when a lot of chiefs were quiet.
Okay. Well, I'll still stay with you because when you petitioned together with Engineer Dr. Kenashigbe on this Akunta mining matter, right? The CID, the previous CID boss gave an update. But what is the current state of affairs? Has the CID given any further update specific to that Akunta mining case?
No. So the last update we got is almost 2 years. The last meeting face-to-face we had with her was it's almost 2 years, this March, right? Yes, because the whole of last year, no meeting. It was a year before, sometime around June or July or so, that we got a meeting. And that was it. Subsequently, last year, 1 year on, we wrote a reminder that, can we meet, see how the case is progressing. No, she didn't honor us with an invitation. It's not an honor. She didn't want to do the work. That's for Sina and Kofi. You see, she's been sent to the Winneba police training school in Winneba. That's good. No, because I'm a public officer. Galamsey, that's the chairman Wuntumi case, Akunta mining, right? Everybody saw it. Abu Jinapo is on record to have said they didn't give Akunta mining any license to enter the Tano Nimri Forest. Martin Eisi, chief executive of the Minerals Commission, also says they didn't do so. The Forestry Commission people. These individuals are on record. Viewers, if you Google now, you will see it. And yet, look at all the distraction Akunta mining did, and Ando Kofi and IG Dampari would not progress this case. I'm here informally. Maybe we can make that public. So for now, let's say we are making efforts to engage the Attorney General. This case will have to go to court because there are too many videos. You know, Erasmus Asaridonko did it. We added the videos. You will see the distraction. You will see Akunta mining branded vehicles. And Chairman Wontumi is not running away from that.
Well, so there's a new CID boss, this COP Lydia Yakodonko. What will be your demand of her?
Well, so it is just to say to her that she should not be following that despicable statement made by the former president in Kufuria. When I asked her what he was doing about Akunta mining, he lied to the state and said Akunta mining was not involved in Galamsey as we speak. So I am praying that the current CID boss, my brother, the IGP, and then His Excellency the President, the Attorney General, they need to take this case to court. Not only that, currently, the NDC MP for our win has been accused by his traditional council of being involved in Galamsey.
The NDC MP?
The NDC MP. The NDC constituency chairperson for Axim has been accused by a large-scale miner of being involved in Galamsey. My plea to His Excellency the President, the same way that he ordered investigation into the National Service case is the same way he should openly order investigations into these two cases and other politically exposed people who are involved in it. And also make sure that our Akunta mining case is dealt with. On the 4th of July, 2024, in Kempinski Hotel, he stated that he was not going to allow the kingpins to be involved in it. Not only that, he's gone further now to issue a directive that if you belong to his party, you cannot be engaged even in illegal mining. That is a good thing to do. He needs to follow it. The elephant in the room, the reason why we are at this point of existential extinction, is the politically exposed people who are involved in Galamsey. And currently, a lot of them are giving this current minister for lands and natural resources. And I'm sure my brother as well, they are giving him the challenge. Unfortunately, the politicians, you know what they've done?
Tell me.
In 2016, 2017, there was a criminal transition between the NDC who were mining there in 2016 and the MPP in 2017. Now in 2024 and 2025.
See a criminal transition.
Yes. The Galamseyers, not the parties themselves, but the Galamseyers who were using to say, oh, my party is in power. Then it was the NDC in 2016. Then when 2017 party changed hands, then they said me to me, Abba.
So
then they took over.
NDC Galamsey operators transited.
Yes, the MPP took it over. They took it over from there. That one, it was not just normal transition. They took it over and said, yeah, buying Abba. So they decided that now they were the ones doing it. Most of them might not even be politicians, but they use that tag. But in 2024, 2025, it is worse.
What do you mean?
Now, what has happened is that they have done a measure.
So,
yes. What has happened is that now the NDC people say, it is my government that is in power. But you know what the MP people have done? They've gone behind them. So they've merged. So now the NDC who claim that their party is in power, they might have 70% of the booty. And then these MPP criminals who were then doing it before, you know, I'm sure my Bible will say they've not been declared by any court. They are suspected criminals.
Which is indeed.
They are suspected criminals. You know, they have now joined hands because they might have had the excavators and all of those things there. So they've joined hands and they've taken over them. Even some of the community mining, which was supposed to be some legal form that did not have a policy document that we told the past government about. You go back into it, the people who are fronting it have changed. And I'm telling you this based on experience. When we started the media coalition against Galamsey, when we started it, and the president did the honorable thing of saying he was prepared to put his presidency on the line, and we started fighting it. As you go on the ground, you then started seeing the NDC people on the ground say, we told you, these people, they've come, and they want to take your jobs from you. So 2017, 2018, 2019, things were happening. As we were going to go close to the election, and the MPP saw the elections coming, then you saw the MPP people starting to turn around. And that is when you saw the police, the withdrawing of the military from Operation Vanguard and all of that. Then the MPP people took over. And then from then on, the thing then went down. So if His Excellency wants to deal with this, if he wants to lighten the burden of my brother Muntala and the Honorable Kofi Boa and the people who he has given, and I can tell you that there's refreshing change, that you are beginning to see these people act not only act, but also say the things that they're doing, then he needs to deal with the political class who are exposed. So when the Speaker of Parliament tells you that there are some MPs who are involved in it, he knows what he's talking about. He gets security briefings. When you have the situation when the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources went into Parliament and was talking and was giving them a report, and then you have the MP for one of the constituencies tell him that he will be getting pressure not only from his side but also their side. He's telling you what the truth is. The politically exposed people are the people who are fueling this. And unfortunately for us, you know what has happened? The firefighters have become the arsonists. The people who we have selected to be our fire service, they are now the people going around setting the fire.
Who are those exactly?
Oh, they are the politically exposed people.
I see.
They are the rich people. They are the kingpins that His Excellency John Mahama mentioned that he would go after. He was going to grant amnesty to the people who are caught in the pit. And that are all the people that are arrested. The current Minister for Lands, he was asked when he mentioned that about 70-something or 60-something people have been arrested. And he was asked, how many of those 60-something have influential people? No. You won't get them. It is all the young boys who themselves are victims that you find. The people who own excavators, minimum cost for an excavator, it's around $200,000. You think, Alfred, you and I, our local salaries would be able to afford 200? It is the rich people. You remember there was a time, there was a guy, Bronzy, when we started the fight. I was MD of Graphic then.
Yeah.
There was a video that he did and said, you, President Anado, you want to come and explore this thing, you know, but he, and that's one, we petitioned, the police that have been disappointing us today. Well, we petitioned the IGP then. You know what the police wrote to us? They wrote back to us and said they don't know where Bronzy One is. We should come and show them where they are.
They told you that?
The IGP that I forgot what his name was. When I was managing director of graphics in 2018, that petition that we did against Bronzy that they should go and arrest him because he was actually threatening the commander-in-chief that he cannot come and stop Galamsey. They give the people 80 cedis, 100 cedis a day, and then he sleeps in his gun. Those times when he's moving, he moves in convoy. But the police said, me, Kenneth Ashigbe, ordinary man, I'm the one to go and show them how to arrest Bronzy One. The police, for new IGP, has talked about the fact that he's going to declare war. We believe that's the way to go. He should mark the talk with action.
Well, but you heard the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, together with Dr. Mutala here, give an update on the fight so far. 7 out of 9 forest reserves reclaimed, and 100 excavators impounded. And by the way, I'll find out from you later what is going to be happening to those excavators and all the others that he talked about. Is this the kind of progress that you expected, or to the extent that the demands of LI 2462 being repealed are there, a lot more is expected of this minister?
So actually, I am the first person to say there's been some refreshing change. I am the first person to say that the current Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, his heart is in the right place. He wants to do the right thing. Not only is he saying the right things, he's actually doing the right things. So the issue about sending military into these places, reclaiming some of the places, the issues about wanting to revise the licensing, now that the president has appointed the DC and MCs, we're going to start seeing that the decentralization of the licensing and the fact that in the local communities they are going to be handling it. The fact that he's engaging the minister, the attorney general, and the CJ to get the specialized courts, the courts that we were told by the past government that they had some that we never saw which cases they handled. Now those are going to be activated. To some extent, the water guard near that one, I'm not too sure. I think, as the props people would say, that one is the offer. I'm not too sure that's important the way. But there are a lot of things that he's doing. But unfortunately, with all those things that he's doing, my brother has put a spokes in his wheel. This by I'm not repealing, revoking the LI as the president promised us.
Dr. Mutala has...
Yeah, Dr. Mutala, that LI don't put it at the doorsteps of the Minister for Lands. It's not. It's the EPA, it's the Environment LI. So that one, you see, His Excellency, this is the president. that promised that e-levy was going to go in 100 days. You know how many days e-levy went? It moved from a political promise to become a budget statement, to become a bill in parliament, to be assented. 80 days. Yes. This is His Excellency the President who has done that. This is a president who said he was going to do oral and has done it. So how come this our president who said he's going to revoke LI now is telling us that it's going to be amended? And so, and that for me is one of the biggest blots, because you see that LI is a bad law.
It's a bad law.
It's a terrible law. It's a law that is built on nothing.
Good enough.
It is the intention is good. Mm-hmm. The intention of the law is to ensure that the likes of Newmont, Chirano, the bauxite mine, who've been mining since like 2005, if you go into some of the areas that Newmont has mined and they have reclaimed in Achim area, you will not even recognize that mining has happened there. So the intention is to be able to get the EPA to be able to ensure that those people, when they are mining, the environmental protection things are done. But I can tell you that when the bill was even being, the LI was being considered, things in the LI, if you go into Regulation 4, for example, you know, they were going to respect the guidelines that was in existence. That then allowed that before you go and do mining, you have to start with the Forestry Commission. They would have to tell you whether you go there or not. But unfortunately, they turned that upside down. You will go and see the Minerals Commission, go and see the EPA. You might even have the president, the minister, sign your this thing. Before you go and see the Poor Forestry Commission see you. Who has been, whose appointment, who is under the minister? You think he can be telling you that don't go and mine there? It won't happen. In the past law, the past guidelines dealt with production forest reserves. Production forest reserves are forest reserves that you do logging in. This current law opens it up completely. Then also you have the issues about, you know, when it comes to the under this law, the issues around prospecting and all of that are not in there. So what you do is that people run quickly and go under this law. Look, if you look into Regulation 8 and 9, they go quickly under this law and want to then go and start mining. And you see, so we've turned everything upside down. And the most important thing is that this law is built on nothing. Ask my brother Martin. They're the lawyers who tell you that you can't build anything or nothing. Ask the EPA that what is the Parent Act that enables them to engage in what they want to engage in. There's no act. So what we believe should happen is that the intentions are noble and good. This is also an LI that did not go through any of the stakeholder engagement. They didn't engage that before they did it. But the Constitution talks about where sovereignty relies. It lies in us. I don't know whether you've seen the statement made by Obama talking about the most important office is the citizenry. Yeah. But this particular law did not. It's as if the 200, it's not even the 275 people, because when the law was passed, the way the LIs are done, you in parliament, you might not see it. I don't know whether my brother Dr. Mutala was part of the subsidiary legislative committee. He might not have seen it, you know. So it's built on nothing. And that whole thing's about the fact that if you look at the old guidelines, there was a 2% that you could do. That's also not there. So this LI, the amendment that they want to do would only be saving about 10% of the forest reserve. And you know why they put that there? They put that there because they wanted to obey Nanado's wish of allowing mining in the Tiwa. That is why in that law, if you go into the exclusions that are put there, they had listed the exclusion, including even seed orchards. In that law, you cannot even mine in seed orchards. But when it comes to globally significant biodiversity areas, and it was because of Etiwa that they were doing all of those things. They put that in there. So that law has to go. So the Honorable would then come with, if there's a new law that he wants to get the EPA involved and all of that. And I think even the EPA thing, between EPA and Forestry Commission, they can sign some MOU that allows them to do their work. But even if they want to do a law that now gives the EPA, they should introduce an LI that brings all of us involved. There are stakeholder engagement so that transgenerational management of our forest reserves can happen. But currently that law is a bad law.
Well, that's the verdict. The law is a bad law. It's bad. It cannot be amended. It should just go. If you look at the name of that law in itself, the irony, as environmental protection. Mining in Forest Reserves Regulation 2022, LI 2462. There are fundamental issues, and Doc, this is where I come to you, because all the concerns that have been raised by Engineer Dr. Kanachigbe fall directly on your lap. the issues that happened before this LI became law, that is the 2462 got onto our books, are clear and fundamental. Yes, the intentions were good, but even they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So it cannot be the case that as bad as the law is, you want to still make it look good. Why? Why are you not repealing LI 2462, but rather seeking to amend?
Well, let me say good morning to you and good morning to my lecturer and supervisor. And thanks for those complimentary words, and Dr. Ken and my brother too. I want to take the opportunity to thank all the professors who supervise my work. Of course, that is not the purpose for which we are having this discussion. Professor Achwai, an outstanding lecturer. Professor, Jampo, who was tremendously assisting me and guiding me throughout the work. Professor Alidu, Professor Debra, Professor Suman Johnson, and a host of lecturers who tutelage me, and I want to thank them so much. But let me just say that, Prof, when I finish my chapter 2, where you do a lot of the reading, Professor Achwai, before I started chapter 3, said I needed to change the topic. And I was a bit frustrated, to be very honest. And he said something profound. I want you to be cited globally. I want you to research in an area no academic work has ever been done. So my research work was actually in an area no academic work has actually been done.
Wonderful.
And I was particularly worried because my concern was, where am I going to get the literature, particularly in Ghana? And he did help a lot. He gave me a lot of publications, and a lot of publications that I certainly couldn't have gotten on my own. So I initially was frustrated, to be very honest. And I remember at that time I had to call Prof. and say, look, I trust in the judgment of Professor Achwai. I know you are frustrated, but just go ahead. So I just want to use the opportunity to thank them so much for the assistance. The committee system. I wanted to look at the independence of the legislature. And he said, look, there have been a lot of work done on it. I want you to research in an area where you be cited globally. No academic work, so to speak, has been done on that. There have been some few publications, but to do a research work on that, I happen to be the first person.
Interesting.
Thanks so much, and I love comrade. I tell people I don't like the title honorable, but for doctor, it is end. I mean, I think that it is demanded that you should be addressed as such. I know someone who is an honorary doctor, and when he is addressed without doctor, he got very angry. Honestly, he got very angry that he was not addressed, a doctor, and that is understandable. I listened to both Prof and I listened to my other two colleagues, particularly my brother, Dr. Ken Ashibe. Myself and he have had interesting conversations around this issue. But let me say that to say that the LI is not an LI for Minister of Lands, it is the LI of the Minister of Environment, I think that he's missing the point.
Why is that?
It's a decision taken by government for an LI to be amended. That decision would have to be taken up by a ministry. So I happen to be the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. And I don't know why he would want to personalize it. That it is my brother's thing.
No. I'm not personalizing.
No, but that's what you just said.
It's your office. It's your office I'm talking about.
But you just said, I listened to you, you just said that, no, you can't blame the Minister for Lands for it. You blame my brother who puts spokes in. I mean, I really think that he's overstretching it. It's a decision of government. It's a decision of government to amend or repeal an act of Parliament. A ministry tasked with the responsibility to do that. Why do we then turn it to be a blame of the ministry? In any case, the NDC was very clear during the elections campaign. President Mahama was very clear that the reason why that LI was a problem was the authorization of people to man in forest areas. And I agree with him when he said that the purpose for that particular law was to give the what is the name of the company? The Atiwa, for them to do that. That was the crux of the issue. And that was the promise President Mahama made. The promise he made was that he was going to ensure that the LI is repealed for the purposes of ensuring that the president doesn't even have the authority to authorize the Ministry of Lands or Environment to permit people, particularly Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, to mine in forest reserved areas. What we are seeking to do, Dr. Ken Ashigbe, it is not just about repealing the aspects of it which gives the president the right or the discretion to authorize the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to repeal or to give mining companies, if you like, the authority to mine in forest reserved areas. We've started working on repealing, if you like, the Minerals and Mining Act 2003, the Act 703. And I just had a conversation with the Minister for Justice and Natural Resources because I was away for almost 2 weeks. I went to Nigeria on UNESCO's program where they are giving us a funding of about £1.5 million for the purposes of executing certain projects between Ghana and Nigeria. When I came back, I had to travel to France again on another UNESCO, program. So I have been away. But I've had conversations with the Minister for Justice and Attorney General. So look, pursuant to the discussions we had for the repeal or the amendment of this particular act. Now, what we have also started working on, and which I will be engaging him in the days to come, is to repeal the Minerals and Mining Act of 2003, Act 703. And I think that entirely taking away the mining of forest areas completely. So I think that if you have this information, you would understand the decision that was taken. And again, it is also important. Yeah. It is also important to state that the argument that came up was that are we just repealing a law? I said, look, you can amend a law to take care of the mischief or for the purpose for which people were calling for the repeal of that. Assuming we repeal this and come out with another one. And I am happy that in his even assessment, he admits that there are some aspects of the law which are good. So must you just throw away the baby and the bathing water? You look at an aspect of it which indeed generated a lot of concern and debate, particularly coming from civil society organizations, which was people going to mine in forest reserved areas. And we all do know that the reason why the government did that was not for the purposes of just protecting our forest area, but to give a particular company, the authorization or the right to mine in areas for whatever reason that is known to the government. So these are some of the issues we are looking at.
In this instance, you have to throw away the water and with the baby.
No, but mind you, there are aspects of it which is also very, very
good.
Which
aspects are good?
If you look at the EPA, the EPA didn't. In fact, and that comes to the last point you made. Initially, the EPA virtually permit or certification was just the last resort, that people can just go and get the other, license or other permits to mine. But with the new law, the EPA permit now is a condition precedent. Yes. That you need to have that before you can even be considering going to. Because mind you, the other permits that you get falls under one ministry. But with the EPA, it falls under a completely different ministry. In this case, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. So that alone created an inselbeck on the way of those who wanted to abuse that aspect of the law. Take our Constitution today. There are a lot of, provisions in the Constitution that we now have problems with. Provisions that we never had problems with when the Constitution, this 1992 Constitution was enacted into law. But any law at any point in time, people will raise concerns. It is possible that we would have just completely repealed this and come out with a new law that my brother, Dr. Ken Ashigbe, would have been very happy with. Maybe within 1 year and 2 years, he'll sit on TV3 and say, look, I think that there is an aspect of this law that we need to take a second look. Because laws are tested based on the circumstances and events at any point in time that may occasion the need for certain aspects of the laws to be amended or repealed entirely. So I want to tread on the aspects of the fact that, look, there are several issues that people have raised. There are several concerns that indeed were raised. And in any case, before the decision was taken to act in a manner that we have acted, it involved almost all the ministries that are participating actively in the fight against galamsey. Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Ministry of Environment, Interior, Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, and Defense, because it has become a major issue. But I don't know whether I should just move into the aspects of this. A lot of issues were raised by both Prof and Doctor.
Yes, but then again, when you decided to review instead of repeal LI 2462, did you engage the stakeholders? Did you go back to them and say, you know what, we made a promise?
You see,
this is the approach that we're taking.
You see, Doctor,
until you went to Parliament.
You see, I listened to Dr. Ken Ashigbe. What was of tremendous concern to him and many other people was the fact that Etiwa Forest and other forest reserve areas were open for mining. I'm coming.
Okay.
Now, you have an aspect of the particular. This was just one clause that President Mahama promised that we're going to ensure that mining in forest, areas are things of the past, and amended the aspects of it. No, I agree. We engaged Parliament, and I remember this issue was actually raised that we needed to engage civil society organizations. It is the responsibility of Parliament to engage the stakeholders in that aspect. And I remember, even when this bill was sent to Parliament, you remember wanted to table it, and they raised concerns. We wanted to do it very quickly, and the concerns were that, look, they needed to engage civil society organizations in this. Now, we did what we're supposed to do. Even these civil society organizations and the likes of my brother and co felt that the needed engagement was not done, I don't see why he will be blaming government for that which Parliament, unfortunately, I don't know, could not do. And I trust that maybe perhaps Parliament didn't engage them. But I can tell you, when we sent to Parliament, one of the reasons why the NPP, our colleagues from NPP and some members from the NDC decided that we could not have taken it was to create the opportunity for other stakeholders to be engaged, including civil society organizations. And you remember, even when they were taking it, I was not even around. I had to travel to Nigeria at that time on this, Sankori project.
But you had knowledge of it?
Yes. In fact, the day I even wanted to lay it, once it is laid, it then takes the 21 days for it to become law. When we wanted to lay it that day, the opposition was that we cannot allow you to lay it, that there was the need for pre-laying. And in fact, one of the reasons they gave for the pre-laying, which we agreed, the reason for the pre-laying was to engage members of Parliament and civil society organizations. And we did that. And I remember the Speaker even gave just some short time that the Committee of Environment, Science and Technology in Parliament, the Legislative and Subsidiary and Legislative Committee, then they should be able to do that. So the expectation was that they were going to engage civil society organizations. So I did that and I left. And I think that when the time came, it was Honorable Amakofi Bua or Honorable Ayarga who had to lay, because I wasn't even there to lay it. So if civil society organizations or various stakeholders, he feels that they were not engaged in the manner they were engaged, or they were not engaged at all, I don't see why he would be blaming government for Parliament's inability to do that which they were expected to do, for which reason they did not allow me to lay it on the very day I wanted it to be laid.
So at the ministry level, there is no burden of engagement on you when you are having,
No, we did. I've just told you that all the ministries involved, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Ministry of Environment, Interior, Defense, mind you, these borders on national security issues, and more so Ministry of Justice and Attorney General. And I remember I engaged the public, and when they asked me what we're doing on that, I indicated that we needed to send a draft to the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, the proposed, amendment we're seeking. The draft was then done by the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, referred back to the Ministry of Environment, and then we then subsequently did that and took the bill, the amended, proposed amended bill to Parliament. When we went, the day we wanted to have it laid, the argument was that we needed to do the pre-laying, and they argued that if there were issues that members or other public could raise on that issue, the moment it is laid, you cannot dot or even cross T's on it. That was the argument that was made. Then the Speaker then said, because of the practice, it was not we are not doing anything in breach of any law. We could have gone ahead to have it being laid without violating any law. But the Speaker in his ruling said, look, because of practice and because of the circumstances and the difficulty, should there be any opposition or any challenge anybody has about it once it is laid, except that maybe you have it passed and then you come out to repeal it again, which will also take another process. Mind you, the president also made a promise. This was what I was going to do. Now, we were then asked that it could not be laid on that day. Remember, Honorable Ayarga had a serious debate with Honorable Afenyo Markins and our colleagues. And the Speaker ruling was that there should be the pre-laying and then referred it to the committee. Once an executive arm brings a proposed bill to Parliament and it is then taken by the Speaker, it ceases to be our document any longer. So I brought it. I wanted it to be laid. Now the Speaker then said that the pre-laying ought to be done. At that material moment, it ceased to be a document from the executive any longer. It was then referred to the appropriate committee, in this case the Committee for Legislative and Subsidiary and Legislative Committee. They referred it to it. Now, the aspects of engaging the public, engaging civil society organization, then becomes the responsibility of Parliament. In this case, the committee that was tasked with that responsibility. So if his point is that they were not engaged, or perhaps what the engagement, I don't know, which was done by Parliament was not something that they were satisfied with, I don't see why he'd be seeking to blame the executive for what Parliament is not doing.
On a number of things.
Let me just read for you Regulation 4. Regulation 4 said, a person shall therefore, undertaking a mining activity in a forest reserve, obtain sequential permits and approval specified in Schedule 1. Now let's look at Schedule 1. Let's look at Schedule 1. So what they are doing currently with the amendment is not going to deal with this Section 4 that I'm telling you.
I see.
But Schedule 1 then lists them. 1, mineral rights, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Oh, am I there? Yes, I think that's Schedule 1. Then it would environmental permits. Then you saw the minerals rights first. Environmental permits, water use permits, mining operations permits. 5 is then you get forestry entry permits. Why would you not get? In the past, it was flipped. Forestry entry permit was the first one that you would get. So if you don't get it, you don't go. But now you go to minerals right, you go and get the minerals right from the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. You know who the boss is? The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. And then you know who number 5 is boss is? No. The Minister of Land. So the minister has given the mineral rights already.
Have you seen the EPA law, the EPA amended law?
Which one is that? The one that you have in
the
Oh, it's just one line. It just takes out.
No, I'm saying that, are you aware with the permits that you are supposed to get for the purposes of mining, the EPA permit must be the first one.
So EPA is number 2 in the new LI. EPA, after you've gotten the minerals right from the minister, EPA is number 2. Then you go to get the water use permit. That is number 3. Then you go.
Is it in that sequence?
Yes,
or how it is in the law that you must have this?
This is the sequence.
No, is this one not talking about the permits that you are supposed to get?
No.
It's just that you must have.
I'm reading again 4 for you. This is the sequence you go through. So 4, it is very clear that is the schedule that you have to obey. So you have to go and get the minister's permits, the ministry, the mining right first from the minister. So Regulation 4 says, a person shall therefore, undertaking a mining activity in a forest reserve, obtain, and the word, you see me, I am an engineer, I'm not a lawyer yet. But fortunately, St. Augustine's taught us good English. Obtain sequentially. You know what sequentially means? Means serially.
Yeah.
If you want to take engineering, it's serial. You go 1, 2, 3. So sequentially. And sequentially, you go to the minister first and go and get the mining rights. So the minister has given you mining right to go into the Tiwa forest. Now, the poor Dr. Brown, who is CEO, who works under the minister, will say, I won't give you forest entry permits.
Which?
No, for any, currently under this law.
So without the other permits, if you have the permits that you're seeking to get from the Minister of Lands, without the other permit, will you be able to go and...
No, so once you... No, you won't.
So it's the same point.
No, it's not the same point.
No, it is.
It's not. I'm just saying to you that once the person has gone to the minister, gotten the mining rights, gone to the EPA...
But the EPA falls under a different ministry.
But that's true. But the EPA is not one of the constitutional mandated natural resource.
No, it's not about natural resources. It's about the permit.
No, let me finish.
It is not about the natural resources. It is about... No.
The EPA does not have forestry.
No, I'm not talking of forestry. I'm talking of the permit. The permit to be able to go and mine. It doesn't matter. Look, when I was making my point, I did indicate that if you look at the other permits that you should be given, falls under one ministry. but the EPA permit falls under a different ministry entirely. Okay. Now, if you get them sequentially or however you are getting them, for you to have the legitimacy to go into mind, you must have all these permits. And I'm saying that with the EPA permits, which falls under a different ministry, you may have the minister, you know, all the other agencies fall under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. If we assume that the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources would want to abuse his office by asking that give permits, all the agencies. When it comes to the EPA, which is also a condition precedent, you need to have that before you can go in and mine. Right. And you don't get that. It falls under a different ministry. So this argument may not be tenable, Doctor. It may not be.
The argument is very tenable. In the past,
because I have to come to Prof. Yes.
In the past, this sequential order was reversed. You're going to go into a forest. The person who is naturally technically endowed to be able to do that is the Forestry Commission. So you don't then say you go, do all of those things.
You said we technically endowed.
No. It is. It's not only that. The cost of even for the person who is doing it, he would have done all of this before the Forestry Commission would tell that no, you can't go into this forest reserve. You see, so this is the part of these are part of the laws that are bad. Regulation 8 and 9 are bad. Regulation 16 are bad. And the big thing I'm asking the government or Parliament is that what is the Parents Act? Because for every ally, it should be based on the Parents Act. So we are in court. We are in court. Now we have about 3,700 people who have signed this petition, and I'm sure the president's a listening president. You listen to it. But if that even fails, we are going to go.
But Doctor, okay. I want us to be on the same, on the same. Look, okay. I get all the points, and Doctor, trust me. I mean, I've had conversations with you. Yes. We are partners in this. We all need to work together to ensure that we stop this, illegal menace. But the point I'm making, regardless the control that the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources may have over those agencies, and you think that the risk in anybody getting them. And
you're a good man.
No, I'm coming.
But tomorrow, if you are not there, I'm
coming. We are making this assessment on the basis of the risk that we should not take. Dr. Ken Achigbe, yes. I want you to be listening.
No, I'm listening.
I'm saying that all this analysis you have made, you are making those analysis on condition that you may have a minister who may want to abuse his office. Because all the agencies, that must give these permits falls under one particular ministry. And I'm saying that it is not the case that the moment you procure all those permits that you have, enumerated, it then gives you the license to go into mine. Right. You cannot go into mine until you get the EPA permit. And I'm saying, except that you are telling me at that material moment, the EPA and the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology will all compromise on their position, just like the perception that the Minister of Land or the Minister of Land may want to abuse his office. I'm saying that all these things are opportunity to create inselbex checks as to how those licenses or permits are given. And let's trust. Look, if there are issues that you still have concerns about the law, we can look at them. But the promise the president made, President Mahama made, and based on the argument...
But that's not true.
No, I'm coming. No.
I'll give you
I'm coming. Of what the president I said, he said repeat. Listen to me.
I will listen to you.
Doctor, the president said he was going to repeal the law. Yes. And I'm saying that, so when I say the promise the president made, I'm not saying that the president didn't say he was going to repeal the law. I'm saying that the promise the president made on the need to repeal this law was anchored on the argument all of us made, including you, that look, the reason why this law was made, given the president the discretion, and when I say president, the previous, president, the discretion to authorize the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to give people permits, mining companies permits, to go into forest areas too, it became an issue because we needed to protect the forest reserve areas. So if the amendment or repeal, you want to take it, is taking care of the concerns that were raised I don't see why this has become so much an issue. And I've also reminded you that the Minister for Justice and Attorney General, we are working to ensure we amend the Mineral and Mining Act 2003, Act 703. It satisfies the concerns that you have.
Anyway.
And I'll be honest, it satisfies the concerns. But because if you are saying that, I don't think that this one alone is enough.
No.
We are bringing in another issue that satisfies the concern. And I was happy that lawyer maybe said, look, with that issue satisfied.
No hanging food.
Because some of the things you indicated, your response to some of the things that people raised. But the fundamental question asked as well, one of which you haven't answered, is what is the Parent Act?
Oh, but
the Parent Act
but he knows that once you are going to amend the law, there should be a Parent Act, for which reason the need for the amendment is done. So I don't see why he was even asking that question. Except that he's telling me that we're just amending this out of nothing. That's the point.
Let me restate this in case it wasn't clear. You see, there is a legal opinion when they are questioning even the basis for using the EPA as a sponsoring ministry.
No, not the EPA, the Ministry of Environment.
Ministry of Environment to sponsor that.
No, I have just told you before the decision was taken. I mean, perhaps I need to be opened.
Yes.
And when I say open, the president showed concern about the promises he made prior to the elections, that he was going to do A, B, C, D within this number of days. Invited all of us, myself, the Minister for Lands, the Minister for Defense, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, on the issue of fighting this galamsey. And because it is so dear to His Excellency the President said, look, this was a promise I made. We need to look at how we repeal the law. The argument that was made was that, look, if you repeal and then you table another, you bring in another law, what was a major concern was mining in forest reserve areas. So why not we amend? Oh, listen, I'm just telling you, why not we amend that aspect of the law to take care of the concerns the people of this country have, particularly my good friend Dr. Ken Achebe. Are you getting what I'm saying? So we were doing it mindful of the concerns that people had on the issue of mining in forest. I mean, including my brother too.
Doc is drinking medicine for me.
No, I'm not drinking. I'm just telling you that this was a major concern. Except that you tell me that that wasn't a major concern.
That was not the only major concern.
No, but it was a major. It was a major concern. Now, this was what happened. Now, when we went in there, look, as a listening government, there have been several concerns raised. That look, we expected government to have repealed the entire law, and we felt that look, the aspects of the law, and for which reason generated so much concern, was company or mining companies mining in forest reserve areas. Now, to be able to take care of this, we are now also saying we intend, amending the Minerals and Mining Act 2003, Act 703. We intend amending that aspect to take care of the concerns that you raise. This is a clear demonstration that this government is listening to the concerns. When we made those concerns strongly, you had government who never wanted to even listen to you.
But well, now
so we have honored it, and we are going a step further to amend the Minerals and Mining Act. You should be satisfied.
No. So, gentlemen, you see, there was an issue that, for example, raised, which because he has to come in on this.
Yes.
No, because one of the issues that he's still a member of UTAC, although not the you've handed over your presidency.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. So,
but you had specific concerns. Does it address the position you took at the time?
I think that
about the water.
I think
not
that
the LI.
I think that we must be candid and honest enough to admit that the right attitude in the fight against galamsey is being exhibited by the current political leadership. The right attitude. We are seeing a certain show of humility of leadership, and we are seeing a certain show of wanting to listen to what other people want to say, to help the fight. I can tell you, in my former position as Eugene UTAC president, if we had seen some of these things on the part of leadership, probably would not have done some of the things that we did. Okay. As in, you want a certain decision to be taken. You want to see government taking certain actions and resorting to certain stance. And they tell you that what you are saying, not that we don't know, we know it, but we won't do it. We have heard what you are saying. That was the attitude of the predecessor government. We have called some of us, behind the scenes and said, what you are saying, we understand, we agree, but we will not work with it. Because if we work with it, we will lose the next election. And we said, but what will be the essence of political power without human life? You get all the political power and the human beings you want to rule over them, they are dead. Is this sensible thing? And then they said that number two, you have some top personalities in society going about saying that Galamsey does not kill, it doesn't cause any harm, it doesn't do anything to human health on partisan political rally grounds. You have some members of parliament saying that, oh, the water has been discolored, but we did not. It was more discolored. It was more colored than in the previous government than in our time. Yeah. You have a member of parliament too. You have a medical doctor mounting a political, just saying some of these things that were completely rubbish. They did all this. Okay, now I compare it to what is happening now. Okay, I compare it to what is happening now. We signed a pact with President Mahama that if you come within 3 months, we should be seen to be doing X, Y, Z. The moment he became president, we went to him. He said, the time that we gave to you, it has not lapsed, but we are telling you that be committed to your pact. He said, yes, I'm committed to it. I thought that was a certain show of humility compared to our invitation. Okay, let me go. Then last Thursday, UTAG held National Executive Council meeting where I went to bid them farewell, and I completely handed over. At that meeting, they summoned the Minister for Lands, Ama Kofi-Boah, and he showed up. I compare it to our series of telephone calls, even calls, WhatsApp messages, text messages. UTAG was snubbed. You call for a meeting and you say, you just come and brief us about what you are doing. No response. Last minute, they will tell you, if you push, they will tell you we'll come. Then last minute, they'll tell you, well, we are campaigning in our villages for the next election, so we won't come. And then sometimes they don't talk to you at all. You talk to them and say, well, you are worrying yourself. I mean, the thing is an election-related matter, and that because of that, human beings should die. We don't care. All that we want to do is to get political power. So you juxtapose the previous attitude, the kind of attitude that is being shown today, and then you are led to believing that we should have a certain hope, albeit with some trepidation. Okay, because the minister appeared before us and he told us everything that he is doing, and we grilled him properly. We said questions were asked, some of the things that are being articulated here, we articulated them before him forcefully. And I don't know, I've never met the minister in person, but you look at his persona, okay, he's just affable. Sometimes some of my people ask very provocative questions. Okay, wow. But he smiles and he said, look, this one is beyond me. I will discuss it with the president. The president, I'm sure, would listen to you. And then he's calm and listen. Compared to others who showed a certain attitude that today I don't want to go into that. But the attitude was so repulsive and was not so conciliatory and consensual. Well, we're faced with the situation now. So we said all that we had to say, but I'm happy. UTAG also took to a certain position, which is, listen, Alfred, we are just here. You have left your tap unlocked. Maybe you opened it when the tap water was not flowing through it, so you left it, ajar, unlocked. and then suddenly water is flowing.
Or have you locked your pipe in the
Because I opened them.
You see?
I think I may have locked them. So you have left your tap unlocked, and then suddenly water is flowing, and then all these places have flooded. What is the sensible way to deal with the flood? Alfred, I'm asking you. You left your tap unlocked, and then water started flowing in the tap, and then the place is flooded. So what's a sensible way of addressing the problem? I'm asking you, host. Or you ask questions. You don't ask questions.
I don't.
Okay.
He doesn't
answer questions. Who made the host immune to answering questions?
We as media people, we don't let the host answer questions.
Are you here as a media man? But I think that
but I think that excessively demanding the government should do what which is it.
No. So see, I think that the sensible thing to do is to lock the tap.
Yes.
And then before you start wiping, I'm saying that see, all the things that we are all saying amounts to romancing a stone.
Yeah.
If we do not take measures or call on the president to declare a certain state of emergency around the areas where illegal mining is taking place.
Correct.
That state of emergency will provide the framework for us for the state to also adopt certain counter-insurgency measures to addressing the challenges being posed to us by way of galamsey. When there was COVID, why didn't we say that, oh, there's COVID, let government do this? President Akufo-Addo declared a lockdown. And lockdown itself is a set. It tells you it points to a certain state of emergency. Lockdown. We cannot fight it unless we all are shut up in our rooms, locked up in our rooms. Okay, so when there was lockdown, it gave a certain framework, it's a certain environment within which people got to know that times are no longer normal.
Indeed. And
so let us do this, that, and because of that lockdown, people, even though some of us were recalcitrant, the generality of Ghanaians saw the need to cooperate with the government, okay, to be able to address or fight COVID. I said some of us were recalcitrant because even though they said we should be in our room, some people also went out to see whether people have stayed, in there. And I said, what is wrong with that? They say stay in your room. You say I'm going to see whether there's nobody else. So, but you see, the lockdown created that environment and framework within which the government was able to act. So UTAG make this point to the minister, and the minister admitted and said that this one he would take it back to President Mahama and have a discussion with him. I asked the question, the minister, so if there is a state of emergency declared in the areas where illegal mining activities are going on, will it hurt human beings there? Will it hurt the government? Will it hurt the country? And he said no. He doesn't think so. And that, well, as far as it's concerned, and the Constitution makes provision for that, it's the president who can do that. And so we have made that appeal, as UTAG, to the minister, to the president through the minister, that at least, okay, the tap is not locked. The place is getting flooded. The sensible way of addressing the flood situation is not to go and pick mop and be mopping while the tap is flowing, mopping while the tap is flowing. It amounts to romancing a stone. So everything that we are talking about, there are great interventions, great things that can be done. But so long as a certain state of emergency has not been declared, whilst we are doing it, people are mining. Whilst we are doing it, people are also... But please, it is a war on the sovereignty of Ghana. And it's important. I mean, it's important we see this. Galamsey, illegal mining, is a war. I mean, you are sitting in your country and they tell you that there are certain areas government can go.
9 forest reserves.
The moment we admit this, Ghana can then be described as a failed state. President Mahama, I don't think that, given what you stand for and the kinds of things I've seen you doing, I don't think that it will be under your tenure that Ghana will be described as a failed state. When you talk about the failed state, when you talk about the failed state,
that they recovered. the Forestry Commission person went into that space. No. You know what is happening? He's currently languishing in hospital. He did surgery last week.
Let me.
State of emergency important.
So my point is, you've made me forget about what I was saying.
So you were on the point about this not being declared a failed state.
No. So you talk about a failed state. No, states that are failed. You see, the president will be controlling only the regional capital. The rest of the capitals are controlled by rebels. Okay, if we do not declare a state of emergency and begin to let Galamsey's illegal miners see the full force of the state of Ghana, then Ghana eventually may be a failed state, because you are sitting in your country and some people are controlling certain forests, and then the minister comes to outline or mention areas that we have captured, and then you have seasoned investigators like Erastus coming up to say that no, these areas are still in the control or in the hands of quote and unquote Galamsey rebels and all that. It does not show the force. You see, this is an executive presidency. Executive presidency has the power. Okay, so last 2 weeks I said it. Let us not wait till election 2028 is approaching. It will be difficult. This is the time to fight illegal mining with all the forces that the Ghanaian state has conferred, on us as a people. First of all, a state of emergency. Okay, Galamsey itself, as the IGP, the old Wazirian, I went to West Africa Secondary School. We are the ones who produces good IGPs. He said that. Why? Explaining you. You said they teach you how to speak good.
My friend,
West Africa Secondary School. Yes. Okay. He said that Galamsey is a war. Yes. Okay, it's a war on the sovereignty of Ghana, and then so if that is the case, let us see the police also declaring war. And I favor the idea of transferring all who are in that area, get them out, take fresh people there, let a state of emergency be declared, let the military move in there. Okay, you see, they are killing us. Yes. Okay, can you imagine? You have not seen it before. Alfred, I don't think you've seen.
Which one is that?
No, I see, you are in this area, and the whole day there's no water to bath.
But Chief, do you know that 3 days ago a policeman died?
Alfred,
He wanted to address.
No.
He wanted to address
the whole day there's no water to bath. The whole day you don't have water to drink. The whole day you don't have water to cook. Okay, so you want to use the washroom. You are torn between using it in your room or doing it in the no man's land. I mean, have you at the mercy of reptiles? Have you? Because I don't live there. And if you do it there and you close it, it means the whole place is going to. So you don't know. And you don't also want to go to where you will be attacked by reptiles. So you have to control yourself, sit in your car and drive like an ambulance back to a place that you can find comfort. And you think it's an easy thing. Look, I want this experience to be experienced by virtually all of us so that we can all be forceful. You see, so the government, like I said, is sending the right signals, and leadership is always about sending the right signals. But I admit that the signals that are being sent, even though are good, we think that more can be done. And so let us start by locking the tap that is causing the place to flood. Let us start by declaring a certain limited state of emergency within the enclaves where illegal mining is going on. And when that is done, those doing it, those foreigners who have come from, those disrespectful foreigners who have connived, okay, who have joined forces with our own local people here, and they are doing this to us. Things that we know we cannot do outside. Look, let me tell you this. I told you, I said when I was in University of South Florida, I had a friend, okay, Professor Mafo, I visited him. Then he kept telling me, you see, I have a beautiful snake in this garden. I see it every morning. And I said, a beautiful snake, what do you mean? He said, Yeah, let's go and kill it. He said, no. Yeah, we don't kill snakes. Snakes, they protect the environment. They are part of, so they don't, he said, let's go. And said, I can't even look at them. I had gone to pick a snake. I was going to kill a snake. He said, no, we don't kill snake here. We care about the environment. You see, people protect the environment to the point that even harmful reptiles, when they see them, they say, go. They do that in their country, but we allow them to move from their country to our country to destroy our source of livelihood. And then when we are talking about it, you say, let's do partisan politics with it. Excessive partisanship breeds political madness.
Thank you.
It is not about MPP. It's not about NDC. It's about the lives of humanity. It's about the lives of Ghanaians. It's about kidneys that are failing. It's about livers that are failing. It's about the serious health implications for all of us. It's about the fact that tomorrow, if you don't take care, we are being told that we may be importing water. We have bigger water bodies.
You get it from
we have
2030, actually.
We may be importing water.
5 years from now.
Please, respectfully, President Mahama, and like I said the difference between President Mahama and President Akufo-Addo is that President Mahama will listen. President Akufo-Addo will not listen. I urge him respectfully to listen to the plea and the demand for the taps to be locked, so that we begin to wipe the
declaration of the state of emergency.
Declaration of the state of emergency. Just as we declared lockdown during COVID, let there be a certain declaration of it. It shows seriousness. Once you do that, it shows that no, you are serious. Otherwise, you may be doing the right things, but the more you will be doing them, others will be doing galamsey behind the scenes, and then, like I said, we'll continue to be romancing a stone in this fight.
Well, you see, I want to have you address the specific issue of the water.
Okay.
Because there are other things.
And also the state of emergency, because I've realized that.
But
and I realized my good friend was.
For the state of
K2 people.
It's a major
water problem.
Why is this water shortage?
Let me state that I can understand the demand. Sometimes you can describe it as excessive, but acceptable, excessive demands on government to do more than we are doing. Of course, such could not have happened under the previous administration. And I can understand the concerns expressed by Dr. Ken Ashigbe and my professor and others. Because the point is that you have a government that is committed in fighting galamsey. But let's understand, Doctor.
Are you addressing the water?
Yes, I'm addressing it. There was a lot of work, or a lot of work has actually been done behind the scenes. Doctor, the reason why we're able to know that 9 of our forest areas were completely overtaken by armed, wielding young men, most of whom are foreigners, because there was some intelligence work that was done. And even when we started moving in, we never announced it. It was after the results. That was when it was announced what we have done. Now, so, Prof, we have not even gotten to a state where we can even fathom describing it as a what's the name? A lawless state. And I say this because having identified that 9 of our forests have taken over by armed wielding men, the security agencies quickly moved in. And we virtually liberated 7 out of the 9. When Erastus made his comment, and I commend him, look, you can't have the entire forest areas policed entirely by the security agencies.
Yeah.
November 2022, the military men who were policing more or less these forest areas were all asked to withdraw by the previous administration. So it was free for all. They were all asked. They withdrew all the military men and other security forces who were manning these forest areas. They asked all of them to withdraw. For what reason? Perhaps for political reasons or reasons known to the previous administration. Now you have a new government that came to office. In 4 months, less than 4 months, we are just virtually 3 months getting to 4 months. We have been able to identify that these people were asked to withdraw because they never announced it. We never knew that the secret, maybe perhaps Dr. Ken Ashigbe might have had information. We never knew. We never knew that they asked all the security forces to withdraw from the forest areas. Now, we never knew that 9 of... No, before elections, that was November 2022. They withdrew all of them. So that they can mine them more, because that's the only explanation. So I'm saying that we came as a result
of... it coincides with when the LI was passed.
And so if you observe, so the enormity of the challenge confronting us, that's why I want people to appreciate what we have done so far. As a result of the intelligence gathering, we're able to determine that why is it that there are no security forces, hitherto who were there operating are no longer. We got the information that in November they were all asked to withdraw. 2, we got to realize that 9 of our forests were all overtaken by these armed, wielding young men, most of whom are not even Ghanaians. They speak foreign languages. Now, we didn't just stop there. What responsible governments do? We quickly marshaled the security forces without announcing to the people of this country to move in. We liberated 7 out of the 9. The 2, as I talk to you, there is operation going on. But you also agree with me. You can't have all these forest areas, even if we marshal the entire military force of this country, to be able to take care of that. So what we have done is that, and I asked you, reportage, that they attempted to go back. They attempted, when you come and get, they attempted. So the moment we got that hint, the military moved in again. Now, what we intend to do is that having gotten all these 9 forest reserve areas liberated completely, then we must ensure that they no longer have the capacity to move in. Excavators, do you know that as a 2023 fiscal year, excavators were the 3rd largest imported, if you like, machinery or commodities into this country?
Not machinery, everything we
imported. Excavator, the 3rd largest. Value of things we imported into this country. What kind of construction work were they doing? And clearly, under the previous administration, 2023 fiscal year for financial, the 3rd largest.
Before the minister went, in the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, they were advertising excavators.
And
in the ministry before he went there.
So Alfred, no, they import them, and everybody knows that they import them to do what? To do galamsey. So there was a state and governmental approval for galamsey, because what responsible governments do, you would ought to know why that stage in the value of importation of excavators into this country. It does not commensurate, or it never commensurated with the construction work that was even going on. Mind you, at the time, even when contractors were complaining. Now, what we have done is that to move in, as I talk to you, 100 excavators were retrieved. And I would answer a particular question. 100. Okay. Bulldozers too, and pickups. Now, you know what they did? When the military, the security agencies moved in, they removed the control system. Is it the control board? And when you remove the control board, the machine cannot move. Now, it was because they removed the control board. After the security agencies left, about 40 of them were taken over. They came, fixed the control board, and moved the excavators. So you have 60 of the excavators. And you know the reason? Because President Muhammad's directive was that don't burn the excavators. Use them for the purposes of helping the communities in which they were used. Now, we are making a proposal.
No, I just want to find out this. Yeah. When you impounded this 100, where did you keep them?
No, excavators are huge. You need payloaders to be able to even...
They were left in the forest.
They were left in... I'm coming. Listen to me. You cannot move them without having payloaders.
The control board.
And what they did was that some of them, when were coming, and they removed the control board. Without the control board, you can't move the excavator.
That's true.
So what I'm saying is that...
Who removed the control board?
The people.
The people themselves.
Yeah, they just removed them fled.
Okay.
Whose job that it is.
Yes.
That once they hear the people coming,
they remove and flee.
And they would immobilize it, so you can't move.
You can't move it. So what we are saying is that
so that's how come they're able to move the
40, but the other 60 they could not. So we are even working on getting payloaders to move them from the areas. But one thing, other thing, because the President Muhammad...
But you know, this is very insightful.
Yes.
So now then there is a context for the burning.
Yes,
exactly. So that is why we are making demand.
If you take it away, then others will also burn.
So that is why we are making we are making demand to His Excellency the President. Because remember, it was President Muhammad directed that look, don't burn them. You seize them. Let's use them for the purposes of assisting the communities that they use. And sometimes even the reclaiming. That the President should allow us to burn them, because failure to do so. Because once they move, that is when they move away with the control board, and then you move, and the security cannot be there 24/7. You move out, then they come back, fix it, and then move the excavators. But with that, we are even working on getting payloaders to be able to move this excavator. But you see, on the issue of the state of emergency, look, I have been asked this question time without number. Look, And I want to assure Dr. Ken Ashigbe and Prof that this government is a listening government. And that is why President Mahama has demonstrated beyond anybody's comprehension his readiness to listen to the people of this country, including the excessive demand made by my friend and the other civil society organizations about the need for government to do more. I don't think that they are suggesting that President Mahama is not doing things right. They agree. And he publicly, and I want to commend him, publicly commended even this government for listening to them, taking actions to do some of these things. Of course, they expect us as government that listening and responsible government, which we have demonstrated beyond anybody's imagination, that we need to do more. What President Mahama would do is that you don't just declare state of emergency. State of emergency declaration should be done as a result of security briefing and advice you get. Now, I can be emotionally driven because of the circumstances and demand that there should be a state of emergency. Responsible government will not just get up and say, okay, because there is huge demand that there should be a state of emergency, I'm going to declare state of emergency. President Mahama has actually engaged those clothed with the capacity security-wise to advise him on these issues. He's engaging them. They are assessing the situation. Look, if the conclusion of the security advice the president gets is that there should be a state of emergency, President Mahama will do that without blinking. But you don't just get up and declare state of emergency because people are calling for state of emergency to declare. Mind you, once a state of emergency is declared, certain rights and privileges of people are going to be curtailed. Mind you, these mining areas are done in communities where people are living. So you need to take into consideration all the security implications. And I can assure you, President Mahama continuously engages the security apparatus for the appropriate advice. And should President Mahama get the needed advice that this is the time for the state of emergency to be done, we'll do that. And clearly, but you see, and what we also do, and I want to conclude on this, you see, we all agree that it's a multifaceted problem. And I had a personal appeal to Dr. Ken Ashigbe, even on TV, that look, we need everybody's participation. And I told him, if you have any information of anybody engaged in illegal mining, please don't hesitate.
NDCMP for our win.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming. I can tell you that the matter is being investigated. I can tell you that I'm happy. Yes, I'm saying that all allegations made. Listen, all allegations made against individuals as to whether they engage in illegal mining or not, all these allegations are being investigated.
So the NDCMP for women is being investigated.
I'm saying that all allegations made, what I can tell you, anybody upon whom allegation is made, there is some investigation. And you see, Dr. Ken Ashigbe,
yes, sir.
President Mahama demonstrated beyond any number under the Fourth Republic. Under this Fourth Republic, from 1992 till date, no president elected in this country investigated, prosecuted, and convicted a member of the party. Tell me if any president has done that under the Fourth Republic.
Oh, the sports minister.
Please, he was not a member of the NPP. I'm coming. No. I'm not. It's important as stated. Madam Issa was a member of the PNC. I am talking about a leading, in fact, not even a member, a leading member of the NDC. It took a courage and the preparedness and willingness of a president to deal with those who engage in illegality. President Mahama instructed investigation in the National Service Scheme. Mind you, the reason why the people of this country got to know what President Mahama did was when action was actually taken for prosecution. But the investigation was instructed behind the scenes, and I'm aware there was some investigation that was being done. NYEP. Many people are unaware of the relationship between President Mahama and Honorable Abuga Pele. I was his deputy. President Mahama instructed investigation and subsequent prosecution. No government has done that under the Fourth Republic. So, to a leading member of your party, and in fact to someone who you have a relationship with. So many people are unaware the relationship President Mahama had with Honorable Abuga Pele. Yet still, he insisted investigation and prosecution. So I am saying others did my dear Cecilia. So President Mahama has demonstrated beyond any doubt. And that is why I'm saying this without any apology in terms of dealing with people who engage in such illegality. And the promise President Mahama made, let no one doubt the willingness and the political will and the determination to deal with people who are engaged in that act. And I can tell you, Doctor, I have had series of meetings with His Excellency the President and my other colleagues. And we see the seriousness in the President's demand on us that whoever is engaged in illegal mining, whether you are NDC National Executive or Regional Executive, everybody should be dealt with. And that is why some of us, myself and my other colleagues, we make such profound and conclusive statements on the matter of those who are engaged in such illegality without any fear, because we have more than 1,000% backing or support of His Excellency the President. So let no one doubt it, because he has demonstrated that.
I see.
So you shouldn't have any doubt whatsoever about the President's preparedness and willingness to deal with those who engage in it, because he has demonstrated that under the Fourth Republic. No president except President Mohammed.
So the call for the declaration of a state of emergency is not being done in oblivion.
No, we have never said that. We have never said
that. So there is a reason for that demand for the declaration of a state of emergency.
Alfred, I don't know whether you're listening. What I said, Alfred, what I said is that, look, I commend, there have been several of such calls, and I have been asked this question. I'm saying that there are state agencies clothed with the capacity and the expertise to determine when a state of emergency should be declared. Okay? There are conflicts we have had in this country. When they assess it and they will advise that it is not enough for you to declare state of emergency. Now, the President is engaging the security agencies on this matter because of the calls and the demands that are made by UTAG and Kenashigbe and others. It is not that the President is turning a blind eye to it. The President is engaging them. When they properly and finally advise the President that, look, it is time to declare state of emergency for ABCD, President Mahama will not blink. He will do that. And that is why I made reference to what President Mahama did, something no president under the Fourth Republic has done, that he had leading members of his party, former members of parliament, leaders of national, executive positions, prosecuted and convicted, people he had personal relationship with. He has demonstrated that let no one whatsoever doubt the President Mohammed's determination and willingness to deal with those who are engaged in such illegalities.
The sense is the urgency and the timeliness of it, so that, for instance, with this scenario you just gave about the 100 excavators that were impounded,
yes,
you successfully impounded them. When you move from that area, 40 of the out of the 100
because they fled with the control. So and I'm happy.
If, for instance, after doing that, there is that emergency situation declared in that area, that means those people will not have access back to the area where these excavators
people
are,
operate.
Move them.
I was happy one prof said that even when there was a curfew, there were some people who were recalcitrant. They violated the curfew and then they move around to find out whether others were actually obeying the curfew or not. These are people who operate in the forest illegally. Now, when you have a declaration of state of emergency, there are certain actions that come with them. The rights and privileges of people are completely curtailed. And I'm saying that these mining areas are being done in communities, some of them, in communities where people live. Now, when you have a state of emergency, it encompasses everybody and everything that lives within those communities. And that is why I'm saying that, well, look, we have listened, the President has actually listened to the concerns that are being raised. The President needs to get proper security briefing. Timing is very important.
So I'm saying that the President gets briefed.
Yes.
I would respectfully urge that, yes, I know that President Mahama would not even want to hurt a fly.
Yes.
Okay, so he's concerned about the implications of a declaration of state of emergency on the lives of those communities where it will be declared. But we would respectfully say that he should look at that vis-a-vis the lives of the generality of Ghanaians.
I don't want you to misunderstand what I said. I'm not saying that President Mahama is not declaring state of emergency.
No, I'm not saying you are saying that.
I'm saying this because when you have a state of emergency declared, the lawyers will tell you it comes with a lot of conditions. President Mahama is engaging the security agencies. And I'm saying that President Mahama listened to the concerns, and let no one doubt the willingness of President Mahama to do that which will serve the interests of this country. Because he has demonstrated that as the only president who did that against even leading members of his party. President Mahama is listening. President Mahama is engaging the security agencies. As and when it is appropriate for the state of emergency to be declared, President Mahama will do that without blinking. Look, do you know that President Mahama has actually, in fact, this government has started the processes, one, to clean the water bodies, because you stop the galamsey, and most importantly, we've also started looking at alternative livelihood for the communities in which these galamseys are affected. So in as much as we are fighting to stop it, like closing the tap, we're also looking at ensuring that the people don't go back to that particular act again, because some have provided justification, rightly or wrongly, that they do galamsey because they didn't have jobs. So if you want to stop galamsey, then you should be looking at alternative livelihood for the people who live in the communities where this galamsey, and all these things are being done. Look, in the previous administration, there were jamboree to announce what the task force or the security agencies were going to do. So once you do that, the people will even flee. The reason why we're able to retrieve or capture about 100 excavators in less than a month, because the intelligence and the security forces didn't announce it.
I see.
We only announced it after the result was achieved. And I'm saying that all the concerns, and I told Dr. Ken, look, 24/7, if you have any information, please and double please, if no one will state it publicly, give me the name, Mutel, I'll state it publicly. And those who know me will know. Because I will do that without any fear, because I know we have the millions and the million% support of His Excellency the President. So you could only be doing that when you have the officialdom, the so-called order from above, that would put some inselbecks on your way. But if the order from above itself says, look, you have my 100% support, go ahead, deal with anybody who is engaged in it. Listen to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Masina, his press statement. He stated that it doesn't matter which political party you belong. So we are sending a clear message to whoever is engaged in it. Whether you belong to NDC or MPP, we will deal with you. But let us not create the impression as if the problems we have today have just started under this administration. We are fighting that.
Don't say that.
No, I'm not.
Because you see, the problem.
Doctor, I'm not saying. Please. Doctor, I'm not saying that is what you are saying.
We are drowning.
I'm saying that let us not create the impression.
No, it's not the impression. We are drowning.
No, but doctor, you have also admitted that, look, the listening ear that you have gotten from this administration in 8 years, you never got that.
Go beyond that.
No, but that is what we are doing.
That's true. We agree with that.
Commanders just say you've done well.
That's how I started my.
No, until you repeat it. I want to hear you.
I have commented, but you see what I'm saying.
That's what we are doing.
Because you see,
that's what we are doing.
You've now indicated that because of the realities you are faced with,
yes,
you're going to go back. In fact, you are appealing to the president.
Yes.
To have a review
of the burning, so that if they remove
you support the burning of the excavators.
I mean, particularly those excavators, they remove the control to run. And then when you go, that's our view. That is our view, and we are making an appeal to His Excellency because that was the President's directives, and it was for a good reason. That get the excavators, let's use them to support the community. In fact, some of them could be used for the reclaiming of the land and other things.
Very few excavators for reclaiming. Very few.
Yes. So I'm saying that under this circumstance, we are making an appeal. Myself and my senior brother, Honorable Amakofi, brother, look, President should allow us to burn, particularly the excavators that the control, systems have been taken away. They won't have the time to take all. Hurriedly those they have taken, and then when you go in the deep of the night, they come back, put them in, and move them.
Right.
So can I add something before?
Just a quick, but I need to go on Zoom very quickly.
Okay.
Colonel Professor Sabuaje, retired, is a security analyst, joining us on Zoom for a quick thought on this. Colonel, it's good to have you join us. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us here on Kipo. I want to find out, first of all, your thoughts about this directive by the Interior Minister, Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak, to the IGP to transfer all the police commanders in these galamsey-prone areas. How much of an impact will that have? Okay. We'll quickly go for this quick break. We'll be back shortly. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to Keep On TV3. We are live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and on DSTV channel 279 all across the world on 3news.com. And a number of you sending messages about the option to ban the excavators. You know, now I'll read them. But Lamati Bebo, a quick one on that particular one, because I think the position now is because of
the practical difficulty.
The context.
Yes,
yes. So
but you see, we're a nation of laws. We're a nation of laws. So for as long as we have it in our laws that we shouldn't ban, but rather we should seize them, and then when those persons are convicted, they will be taken and then given to government agencies to help in our developmental agenda, I'm against the banning. I fully recognize and understand the practical difficulty. I remember Dr. Ashigbe had raised this with me about 3 weeks ago, that no, banning. I said, but for me, being a lawyer, you know, there's no way I can support the banning when the law is totally against the banning. There was a reason that we said we want to take the machines and then help so that we can use this to help in our developmental agenda. So I think that, and as you find that Act 995, and also we are coming to deportation of people, the Chinese, etc. No, it's also against the law in Act 995. So I think what I raised with Dr. Ashigbe is this about 3 weeks ago was that, I mean, looking at the size of our military, if we get some excavators and we are not able to move them, why don't we deploy, actually, even before the military, the police? Then they will guard them. How many days will it take that they guard these excavators? And then you get the loaders, right? Payloaders, to come and take them, right? The low beds, to come and take them. So the burning for me is extreme. Before you burn, you must exhaust all other options. I don't think we are exhausting.
So you disagree with that.
So the point is that Dr. Ashigbe, I mentioned that. What are we showing? Those excavators that were left there. How many policemen did we? And you know, even for me, I'm saying let's exhaust the police force before we come. We don't want military in any small matter. You bring military. No, this internal law and order, right? Yeah. So how many policemen did we deploy to go and take care of the excavator? Go and keep guard till the next day. You don't do that. You leave the place and then the next morning you come and the excavator is gone and then you say, oh, then the remedy is to burn. No. How many people did you keep
let me give you some information.
Yes.
The last time the military went, you see, the thing that happens is that not only is the excavator demobilized, the excavator might be steeped in mud at that particular point in time. The civil works you need to do before you even get a low loader close to it or get a crane to be able to lift it from the mud and put. So the military men who were taken there, 4 nights they spent in the forest reserve. When you leave this and you say police people, already you have mercenaries. At night they will come after them. So the level, so if you want to do it in a district, the level of security that you require. So again, I agree with the Honorable Minister when he says that it should be a matter of last resort. And again, I agree that the law 995 says that you can't do that. That is why a state of emergency in those forest reserves will give the president extraordinary measures, powers to be able to say, if you go and the thing is stuck in mud, it's been demobilized, you cannot move it out, burn it or put salt in the engines. And again, let me provide as an engineer, the number of excavators that we need for our reclamation, for our roads, is far less than the numbers that we have. Currently, the excavators have become weapons of mass destruction, and they are eating us up. So that's just the information.
Yes. So now let's go back to the point that so you see, you mentioned 4 nights. Yes. Relatively, that's not long. Then number 2, how many soldiers did we send in there? How many soldiers? How many battalions? Right? You see. So the thing is that we are not assessing and doing proper analysis. You see, we are not doing proper. Please, let's use our laws well, because we've been there before and we saw that burning is not helping us. Till date, you see, even the related matter of the 500 excavators that got missing, right? Yes, I'm aware, but we've learned our lessons there from point
a court in Enchi
yes.
instructed that 2 excavators be returned to illegal
But now
mines.
he's changed.
No, they said the police they should keep in their custody.
He's changed his mind. Yes, initially. That judge has to be
Initially, that wasn't the case. Initially,
it's because
the ruling was that she was
investigated.
released.
Yes, honorable, because of jurisdiction. They say so they realized that the district court couldn't deal with the matter. Jurisdiction, that's the authority to deal with the case. The judge saw that he or she had no authority to deal with the case. So he had to reverse. Yes, the main thing we should be looking at that as long as finally the machines are still in the custody of the police, it's fine. These things happen. We all make mistakes. But like I'm saying, so Doc, here we depart. Let's do proper analysis. They're bending there until we exhaust the police.
So you are saying that we should go and station some police officers there?
Yes.
And then let the civil works be done to uproot the excavators from the
perfect $200,000 per excavator, as you say, and so you just burn it. Why?
No, but what is the relevance of an excavator without the
control board?
The control board. What's the relevance of an excavator without the control board?
Moved.
Yes, so that's what he says. So when you bring the civil works, they will find a way to move.
Martin, I'm asking a question that you have been able to guard the excavator, okay, and then maybe the following day you've been able to do all the civil works, and then you've been able to
even taking excavators without the machine on to put on a payloader. Hey, that one.
So
is
I'm saying that. So what is the relevance of an excavator without the?
From the Forensic Commission, they owe a lot of money now.
No,
the Forensic Commission owe a lot of money.
It can be fixed. So can they get this is a new board for it?
No, so we should.
I think engineer is not possible. It's possible.
Okay, we should bring them.
Yes.
So I should just bring them and then go get control boards for them.
Yes.
I'm saying that to move them on, to put them on the payloader, to put them. If the machine is not on, it's stuck. To put them on a payloader itself is a huge task. But you see, once they deliberately, our view, they deliberately take out the control board because they know that you can't be there all the time. And when you move, they come in to do that. That's why we are of the view that look, we need to
put salt in the engine.
Hey, so the low beds, we have many. No, the one we are calling the payload, that's the low bed.
Okay,
it's the low bed.
Fighting has no formula. You see, fighting has no formula. Now it's a fight. You see, fighting has no formula.
Let him conclude on his point.
So you cannot be saying fighting.
But this one we disagree with.
We disagree with him.
I'm writing a long piece.
Now I understand the reason why he sent this event. Okay, fighting has no formula. If you want to fight, you have to fix your hand like this, and then you have to dodge. You have to. Fighting has no formula.
Thank you. So you see, so that we are not branded as a nation with our laws, let's do the right thing. If at the end of the day, if it's becoming clear that look, as a nation now, we want to do a U-turn, we think that burning is the way to go. Sure, then there should be an amendment of the law. But so far, do we get a sense that we've debated this enough, and so the conclusion is that we should ban? I mean, if we are not careful, we'll do and take certain knee-jerk reactions, and then later we'll see that we, like we say, let's be a bit patient. Let's be a bit patient. This burning without exhausting our resources.
The other issue is
not only that, so let me just add one. For every land that is
take you to my hometown. Go and spend the days there.
So on the deportation as well.
Yes, deportation to places here. The law says that when you get a foreigner involved in galamsey, etc., what you do is that you take the person to court, and after the court, the person must serve the sentence. Because yesterday somebody called me very livid about the fact that the Interior Minister had said that they would deport people. So let's read the Act 995. So 99, the amendment in 99 under 995. 4 says, where a non-Ghanaian who is liable on summary conviction under subsection 3 is a person liable to deportation under section 35 of the Immigration Act 2000, Act 573, that non-Ghanaian shall, where sentenced to a term of imprisonment, serve the full sentence before deportation in accordance with subsection 3 of section 37 of Act 573. So the emphasis is on serve the full term So the Interior Minister, please, Honorable Mutaka, people are saying we should inform you that they don't want deportations. Yes, without due process.
Right. Okay, gentlemen.
The decision to
in a minute
to deport or to sentence will be determined by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I mean, the Minister of Interior, I guess that his explanation was the prosecution will be done of whoever is engaged in such act, and that decision lies in the court. I don't think we would do what they did on the issue of Asha One.
Well, this is a conversation that has seen some commitments also being made by the Minister in charge of Environment, Science and Technology on this program. So for you, our viewers, you also have records of him and what he has said will be done going forward as well to respond to some of the concerns that civil society and you, our viewers, have raised. On the matter of the option of burning excavators, a number of you have sent us messages. This one here says, Alfred, I don't support the burning of excavators. What should be done instead is to deploy mechanical engineers to the sites to disable the machines so they can't be moved. It's not just about removing the control board. There are several other critical components that can be targeted to immobilize the excavators effectively. That way, even if the Galamseyers manage to replace the control board, they still won't be able to drive them away. Ebo Bachman, thank you so much for the message. So these are suggestions to you.
Yes. They take the control board
and they bring them back.
You go and take the ties.
So thank you very much. And this one was asking how these 40 out of the 100 excavators were moved. The minister has explained that. And then also JHS from Takrady says, good morning, Alfred.
And the 100 were not just at one location.
The discussion on Galamsey and its effect on our lands and forests have gotten too concentrated in Accra. Whilst on a daily basis we are seeing reports of ongoing devastation in forests, is it possible to occasionally bring the actual protectors of our forests and lands, i.e. district or regional officials from the Forestry Commission, EPA, Minerals Commission, MMDCs, and our traditional leaders to tell the whole nation how they are collaborating with the security agencies? And you understand you are a sub-chief as well. So thank you very much for this message. I appreciate it. And it's one that this is an ongoing conversation. So the next phase of it, you will definitely, for the traditional leaders, you are a critical component in the fight against illegal mining. So it's worth it that I hear from you as well. Thank you very much. This one also, we have people also listening to us on Voice of London Radio. So good morning to Mansa Musa and the team there. It says, hello, Alfred. Your conversation on Galamsey has been so engaging, I don't even want to leave the chair to go put the kettle on, even with the temperature so cold. I am so in agreement with all your intelligent gentlemen on the show's proposal, but comments or idea I disagree totally is the suggestion of a return to this burning of heavy-duty equipment. Gentlemen, there are always a better way, or better ways, you say there are better ways and solution to any problem. For intellectuals to desire for the readily available solution just for convenience is not and has never been a right and proper thing to do. Take that idea of burning of seized excavators out, you say. Thank you. For your message this morning. This one here from some of our viewers on Facebook, and thank you. We've got close to 2,363 messages coming from all of you across board. We may not be able to read all of them, but thank you so much for always making the point to. Ellis Sena Koneko says, instead of burning excavators with the removed control boards, why don't you put trackers on them? So when the boards are fixed, the agencies can track it to the new locations and impound them after. Honorable Doctor, it's an option to look at.
No, these are all options, and like I said, I mean, there have been a lot of suggestions, some making this suggestion. I think the platforms such as this are platforms that the public can also make suggestions, and we'll take all those on board.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, keep your messages coming through. And that leads us to our next, but let me do this quickly.
But I just wanted to reiterate the point that, you see...
Professor Sabaji has been on for a while. I just want to hear his thoughts at the last point on this illegal mining and then the IGP's directive to have, in fact, the Interior Minister's directive to the IGP to transfer all these police commanders in Galamsey-prone areas. Professor Sabaji, your thoughts on this very quickly, please.
Galamsey has become a very pervasive activity. We all know the minister currently, is it the Honorable Boa, which portfolio does he hold? He has said several times, I will name and shame. Before him, people made pronouncements, we will name and shame. Till today, nobody has named anybody and shamed anybody because the persons involved belong to both all the political sides and across, the spectrum of our society. So the police are not the only ones who may have been involved in Galamsey. They were part of a system, call it the regional security system. So the regional police commander, who belongs to the REDSEC, the divisional police commander, who also belongs to the DIFSEC or whatever level security structure there is, and even the district police chief commander and station commander in Galamsey areas have all been compromised. The state will have the intelligence, but the state could not hold them to account because ministers were involved, party officials were involved. So you couldn't go and single out police alone. But the way the police system works, which is an international system, is that any revenues, whether in Galamsey areas, on the market, on the roads, wherever the police collect money, they call it returns. The station officer, the police officer on the road will send returns to the district, from district to division, from division to regional, from regional to national. Everybody gets his or her cut of whatever has, been generated. That's international. That was the work I was doing, training police officers outside. Another police organization will come and tell you, it happens in Brazil. So the state has got the intelligence, but because of this, in quotes, reset agenda, the government is now dealing with the different dimensions of the challenge. And one of the dimensions is the police officers who are compromised. So one way of making sure that the anti-Galamsey fight is effective is to cause the IGP to move them around. Indeed, that itself is good practice. And that is why no official stays in their office for probably more than 2 years. You need to move because you become so acclimatized, so accustomed to your environment, over familiar, nothing bothers you again. Now, when you get to that stage, complacency sets in. It becomes a national security risk. So although the government has not told us why, I am deducing that the state has got the intelligence, that the police have been compromised, just as the regional, the chairs of the regional coordinating councils have been compromised. However, the government has changed them because it has come to power and appointed new ones. The DCs, MDCs, whatever they are being changed. But these are the public officers, who could not ordinarily be changed or rotated by the government. So then you give this kind of directive to get the IGP to now move them around. And many more such individuals or officials should move. Those who are employed by the state. Forestry Commission, for instance, the officials should be moved around because invariably those of them in those areas are compromised.
Right.
Which is who we're saying that the Minerals Commission gentleman, I'm not sure whether he's left.
Right.
There are people who have been arguing that he should move because he was the one who granted all the licenses. And he cannot tell us that he did that because that was his mandate.
Right.
He can't do that. So if we are going to revoke that LI 2462 or 2642, or even if we are going to amend it, those who work with the LI and issue ridiculously large numbers of licenses should all be removed from office and get new people to come and work with the new vision of the new government.
Colonel Festus Abaje, I appreciate your thoughts on this and that particular position, the directive given to the IGP, and then how far-reaching that will be. A number of you, I acknowledge the congratulatory messages to Dr. Mutala as well. A number of you sent that. But Dr. Said Abdul says that the minister's proposal on the banning of the excavators is not being fully understood. I think context is important in trying to understand that proposal as well, because if we look at the extent of devastation, sometimes ruthless measures must also be considered. I thank you very much for the message. Now, this week, this is a matter we've been following since last week. The Minister in charge of Energy and Green Transition, John Jenapo, was on the show last week. This week, I sat with the former ECG MD, Samuel Dubik Mahama, to demand some answers to questions raised about the procurement practices of ECG. And we're separating the two matters because per the report of this committee that was established by the minister, there are two issues at play. The procurement dealings of ECG, and then also the whereabouts of the containers that cannot be found at the ports. Some Big Mama says they are not missing, they are misplaced. They're semantics, but obviously the most important fundamental denominator is that the containers cannot be located wherever they were supposed to be located. And I asked a question as well about one issue that the committee report captured, the procurement management and then the merger of the estate unit with the procurement unit. He gave an explanation to that. Well, he declined speaking directly to the details of the report because he wasn't consulted or called by the committee to seek his view on some of the issues. He says when he is called, he will speak directly to it. But then we got some answers to some of the questions directly pertaining to the details of the report. And this is just portions of that interview. Ben Boachi, Executive Director of the Africa Center for Energy Policy, ACEP, going to be engaging him a lot more on this aspect of the conversation. Ben, it's good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Alfred. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Let's take a quick look at what some of the Big Mama said in that interview. Just portions of it. Take a look.
It begs the question as to, yes, ECG hasn't paid its duties. Fine.
Yes.
So why auction a container belonging to ECG without knowledge to ECG? Because in my candid opinion, that's the only way a container can leave the port.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying that these containers left the port without your notice? Without you being informed?
I would say if they have left. I'll be very careful to say, if, look, my brother,
well,
containers,
they
containers don't get missing. Let's correct something.
Mr. Mama, so you know what? The containers are not at the port. You have seen some of them. You have seen some of them at Bone and the northern region.
How many?
At least we counted 40. The minister says 40, and the ones they found at Bone as well.
Let me ask you a simple
question. So they are not at the ports. That's what I want to tell you.
Do you know a container is not like a piece of paper that you fold and throw away?
True.
For international supply chain logistics, a container has a unique number. Mm-hmm. Now, let me draw you to the committee's work, because that is where I want us to draw inference from. The committee said 1,346 containers are missing. How are they missing? There are processes at the port. Let's go through those processes. Have we spoken to the shipping lines? Have we visited the other terminals?
containers were auctioned with the content of the containers
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
ECG containers.
Yes.
Were auctioned by who?
It would be by the GRA, because when it goes to an unclaimed sector of the port, it's still within the jurisdiction of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Customs Division.
Okay. So why did they auction those containers?
They would say it's within their purview. They might say the container has overstayed, the container hasn't come, the owner hasn't come for it. Let's say, for example, you order a vehicle from the US, or you are importing a vehicle. Okay?
Yes. Now, I think that understanding is clear. So the reason why they auction the containers is because it overstayed a period.
Okay, yes.
That's fine. So that means that ECG failed to clear the containers.
So the question is, if ECG has failed to clear the containers, is that a good reason to auction the container with no recourse to ECG?
Did you write to the GRA?
There are letters flying. When I was in office, I know I wrote.
And what did the GRA say?
I don't have a reply from that. I have checked my documentation. There's no reply from that I can speak to.
Indicated that containers don't get missing. Per the records of the minister and what we have seen, the containers are not at the ports. So we can only describe them as missing and unaccounted for. It has been traced to certain warehouses, which you say that GRA auctioned those containers. That's one of the ways they got out. Which other way did they get out of the ports?
I am saying, if you are going to consider that, in my candid opinion, and there's normal standard and practice, that should be the only way a container can leave the port. So if its owner has paid the duties and all the charges surrounding it, then the container can leave with its owner. If its owner hasn't paid that and it has gone into an unclaimed section for a very long period of time, yes, then the GRA can auction it for what it's worth to retrieve whatever monies they need to retrieve.
And the management, according to this report by the committee, they say your management, the negligence of your management caused the hold-up of ECG containers at the ports, incurring demurrage to the tune of over 909.5 million Ghana cedis.
Well, my candid opinion.
Why did you then lead to this delay, the negligence that led to the delay, incurring demurrage to this tune that we will have to pay?
Isn't it beautiful that you are saying it here on this show? What was wrong with the committee calling me for a sit down, taking my opinion and probably even saying, oh, we've heard you, but it's rubbish? Right now, as I sit here, do you and I know what the next steps on that committee report is going to be taken?
Well, we understand that there's going to be a forensic
That is what we are all pushing for.
And we understand that you are also going to be called in that particular
That is what I am looking for.
So then you wrote to ECG, and we have a copy of, to the GRA. We have a copy of that letter, raising concern about this whole auctioning of your containers. Did they respond to the letter?
No. To the best of my knowledge, I don't remember anything of that sort.
And so did you follow up to ensure that you get responses?
You see, when you ask such a question, you are cheapening the job at hand that I have been giving to.
Which is what?
As managing director. No, wait. As managing director of the company, do you think every single document I would be able to personally chase after when other things are coming to you so fast and thick? And there are major things concerning how your customers or how the customers of ECG have to be satisfied, or when there are other issues happening on the ground. Look, let's be fair. And let me make one point clear. Let nobody say that I'm running away from this document. No, I am not.
If you're not running away from it,
don't say
then
if.
Speak to it.
Don't say if. Don't say if. If the committee,
if you,
Alfred,
listen.
Don't push me. Let's land this thing. You asked for a conversation. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. I won't speak to the detail of a document that I wasn't respected. Would you be happy if that was done to you? Why are you forcing me to do so? Because it's your show?
Well, that's Samuel Dubik Mahama, a former MD of the ECG. Now, Ben, I bring you in here at this point. You are used to the workings of the energy sector and by extension ECG. So, on that explanation of how these containers belonging to ECG and the content of it were moved or misplaced, in the words of some of the big mama, from the ports and into private hands. We've seen some Chinese, Indians, and others who owned it. He says the GRA auctioned them. He wrote letters, he didn't get a response. And I was asking, why is that? He says that's more like he not following up. Me asking him why he didn't follow up is cheapening the role of the MD. Really, what could have been done differently?
Thanks, Alfred, and congratulations on that interview. I think you tried to get to the drivers of the problem, one of which is just the port issue, and the former MD will not answer them. First of all, I think the committee had clear, directives or terms of reference to actually act on, and that was to reconcile the numbers that had been thrown at the minister on the number of containers that actually are at the port. So to that extent, I don't think the committee necessarily needed to speak to a former official of the company, particularly the MD. And in fact, in the interview, he himself admits that a lot of that work was not directly at it's reported to him. So to the extent that the committee spoke to individuals responsible, the director of procurement, there was no point interviewing him or asking him unless it was a criminal investigation to actually drill down on culpability. So for me, it exposes some of the things we've been talking about over the year, the inefficiencies at ECG, the poor management that the company went through in the past couple of years. And this is just a symptom of the many irresponsible behavior at ECG. And I would hope that this will not be the end of it, but we'll get deeper, because the containers are just one of the procurement arms of ECG. There are many other procurements that has been more bizarre than what we are seeing at the port. And I'm listening to the former MD, and I was shocked how he wants the port processes to be subservient to his own irresponsibility and lack of proper management. The port has processes. If you bring container, there are timelines to which you have to clear them. All right. If you don't clear them, you pay demurrages, and beyond a certain point, they are auctioned. I mean, GRA and customs cannot be writing and be responding to everybody who is importing and bringing goods at the port and setting different rules. Of course, the government entity, but there are many other companies that are importing similar volumes of consignment, and into the horrendous for those authorities to now begin to be setting different rules for different entities, and therefore the straightforward process must be followed. Right? If ECG imports containers, they are not able to clear them, and all that management is interested in is to keep procuring, keep importing, thousands of them, and still want to be writing letters for the port to keep holding those containers. The port has a limit. They cannot continue to hold containers for them. And the process is that if you don't do it, they are auctioned. And if the containers are auctioned, they are within the proper processes at the port. And perhaps we should get into how those things actually happen and try for once to punish people for that kind of negligence and unnecessary bleeding of the public purse. And it tells you that people are simply irresponsible. They don't care how the country bleeds to be able to pay for this. And I tell you what, and the way we keep talking all the time, is simply that they still keep paying billions, not once, every single year, for this kind of lack of responsibility on people that have been granted that fiduciary responsibility to represent our interests. And we have been fighting this for years. You recall, we even went to court trying to force ECG to respond to the procurement law, to be responsible, do proper competitive tendering for some of these consignments, make sure that they are above board. Because our tracking actually showed But for every item that ECG procures, it is between 3 and 7 times higher than the shelf price. That is totally irresponsible. And it actually destroys the fiscal situation of our country. But politicians, as they are, they keep paying. We keep dancing around the issues. People are not held responsible. They can keep procuring, whether it is cleared or not. They don't really care. All they care about is the procurement, which makes sense when people are benefiting from it. And this is, as I indicated, just one symptom of the many irresponsible behavior at ECG.
But listening to him make the point about the GRA being the ones to, and customs essentially, being the ones who answer for the whereabouts of these containers. Should that be the area we should be looking at, for instance, and the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, as to how the containers move from the ports to wherever they are now? Ben?
I think that's one leg, another leg of this whole problem. One major one is that somebody procured container loads of items, either they are auctioned or stolen. We have to hold those people accountable for that irresponsible behavior. We can then move to the second leg of tracking who may have done something wrong, whether the containers were stolen. If they were auctioned, then of course it falls within a proper procedure at the port for those goods to be auctioned. But let's separate the issues. People have been irresponsible to import containers. They didn't care how the containers would be cleared. All they did was to do CIF, which means that the goods terminates at the port, and the responsibility is that of ECG to clear them. And they didn't take that responsibility seriously. All they cared was just keep importing. All right, and they kept importing, signing contracts, paying contractors. They get auctioned, and then some comes to ECG, and then some get recycled, as we have seen in recent times. How callous can that be? That we import cables, brand new cables from China, and then we bring it to Ghana, convert those millions of dollars into billets with aluminum rods and ship them back to China, and the cycle continues. We take taxpayer dollar to go and import them again. And I mean, how else can we treat this or see this rather than being an irresponsible behavior of people who have a state company to actually manage anything? So we need to take this seriously. And I would think that the minister will need to go a step further. I've heard that there's some investigations that are ongoing to actually look at it. But we have to be as transparent as possible, drill down all the way to the procurement of these items. Let's know the value, the specific values of the items that were imported and how they either got auctioned or stolen at the port, for which reason we can't actually trace them, and get people punished for it, at least for once, so that we can begin to remedy and hold people accountable for some of the behaviors we see.
You see, those specific questions you ask, the specific values of how much these containers were auctioned for, who auctioned them, how they were auctioned, and who bought them as well. I mean, there's a paper trail for all of such movements at the port, is it not? I mean, a container cannot just move from the port without it being recorded at every stage of the process. So that paper trail should be easy to find, isn't it? If
it should be available.
Yeah.
That's why I said we should separate the two issues, so that we know where ECG got it wrong, and then we know where the port may have, gone through their processes or also had something wrong. The fact of the matter is that you imported goods, you didn't clear them, you attracted demurrages. The procedure is that it could be different. It could be discarded somewhat to recover the cost of keeping the goods at the port. So if you want to interrogate those processes, fair deal. I mean, there are investigations on how they got into the smelters in some spaces. So that could go on, but we need to really separate the issues and get it done. In fact, I'm sure if the committee had enough time, perhaps they could have taken all the BLs, the bill of lading, and track the containers and go through custom systems to see when they got out of the port. It's easy to do that, but there are thousands of containers, and perhaps would have taken a bit more time for the committee to do that. But let's not move away from the core terms of reference of the committee to reconcile the containers at the port and ask ECG also have them on their records. And the fact of the matter is that the number that ECG has on their records do not match what the records show at the port, which means that they have delayed unnecessarily, and the containers may have been auctioned or whether stolen. And then we can move on to the next leg of action, looking at where do they go to, which is a legitimate exercise to actually do.
Says there was no issue, there's no issue as over procurement because there's always a need for these items that they were procuring, expanding as to electricity distribution and so on. So there can never be a term as over procurement, as was captured in the committee's report. Ben, is that consistent with best practice as far as you do know?
Nobody should be classified as worse disposition if such a comment is made, right? Our needs are insatiable. We can never meet your needs. I mean, for example, can we have the road minister come to Parliament and say, if I ordered all roads in Ghana, whether we have money to build them or not? It's ridiculous, right? You need to cut your coat according to your size, right? You need to measure how much revenues you have and how much extension you can do. What are your cash flow projections, and how much can you borrow, how much can you raise from your internal resources? These are management practices, right? And we expect that anybody who has that responsibility at ECG will plan, and that's why they have a procurement plan. And to the extent we can go above your procurement plan, about 400%, and then openly tell the whole world that you don't need to have limits. You can procure as much as you want. Clearly, you didn't deserve the job. You don't know what you're supposed to do in that respect. And if you procure, how are you going to pay for it? And it shows clearly that it was just about the procurement, whether the goods could be cleared from the port or not. Once the items are priced 8 to 7 times its shelf price, people have made money, and that's all that matters, right? And not actually making sure that the right things were done. And, over the period, when we kept talking about these things, and you want to be rigorous to look at data to paint the right picture, there's always that consciousness to rewrite the narrative in the public and let the public rather think that you're just against somebody. But you have to be looking at data, how much revenue you're getting, how much are your liabilities, how are you paying for your liabilities. And it appears none of those matter to the MD of ECG at the time. And he kept saying, even on your show, that he had increased revenue, he had digitalized. And you look at the data, and the data doesn't support any number that he puts out. You say ECG, for example, is making 1.5 billion today. 1.5 billion relative to what? All right? If before you took over, the actual value of revenue that was coming in was much more better than what we're doing today. It doesn't matter what nominal numbers you're throwing about today, all right? If the losses at the time was less than 500 million, and today we are in billions, 9 billion, 12 billion of losses, it doesn't matter how much revenue you are raising. And he even wants us to ignore the fact that tariff had increased close to 100% in that period that he was MD. Beyond that also, connection had increased from about 3.2 million to about 4.3 million customers. Electricity consumption has gone up. We are generating more power. So once we give you more power and we give you higher tariff, without doing anything, the revenue should go up. And your number is not even matching those two trends, two variables, the adjustment in tariff and also the amount of power that you have been given to sell. But he doesn't even want to drill down on those numbers. He just wants you to look at the nominal and then praise himself and say that, he's done so well and he has to be praised for it. Look at the mess that the Haptor contract actually created. I'll tell you what, that app was delivered by just one person when PDS was to took over ECG. And then suddenly the app is taken up by the MD and given to Hartel on sole source contract. And they have made close to 800 million so far for collecting revenues. You know, and the one who is managing the app is making more money than even the power generators. Right? This was just all procurement. And they don't expect you to drill down the numbers and let the Ghanaian public know that we're just telling you something for you to be happy. But the mess has been deeper and much more worrying than we've been told to celebrate. So for me, that is the reality. We need to prevent this kind of mess from ever happening. And the way you do that is to hold people accountable and let them be responsible for what they have been given and how they manage it.
I see. And in holding people responsible and accountable, now we understand there's going to be a forensic audit undertaken. Which areas specifically should this forensic audit be focusing? Very briefly, before you leave us.
It's not too difficult. Let's not even use big words to delay processes. Let's simply zoom in. There have been procurements, right? What was approved, what was procured. Let's do the basics, the processes that were used to procure. Let's check the values. How much are those things sold? If ECG just want to contract people to bring things to the port, why did they not even get the company that is producing the item to actually do the CIF and get it cheaper? Let's do the basics and hold people accountable for how they have abused, that fiduciary responsibility to manage our assets for us. And I'm hoping that, the ministry will get procurement experts. I know SWAL management didn't want to use experts to do anything. If we get procurement experts who actually look at everything procurement that has happened in ECG in the past couple of years.
Right.
And then, chart a way forward for the company as quickly as possible without using jargons to do the processes.
Appreciate you, Mr. Boakye. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Ben Boakye is Executive Director of the Africa Center for Energy Policy. He's still doing the listening, by the way. Just had him make his points extensively on this particular issue because of his expertise in that area. But Engineer Dr. Ken Achigbe, this is an area that you also have some bit of knowledge in there. Considering the conversation after this committee's work and the responses that the MD gave, although not speaking directly to the details of the report, he says that how these containers were moved because were auctioned by the GRA because ECG owed. And he doesn't think that was the right thing to do. He wrote letters, he didn't get responses. And so, well, that was the effort made to address that issue. Does that cut it for you?
Well, the interesting thing, again, as somebody who has also managed a state-owned entity before, I'm struggling, to be able to reconcile his position to what is happening. So you run a state-owned entity. You are a critical state-owned entity. I don't know how you would import and then you don't project your cash flows in such a way that you would be able to clear these goods. And then you keep on doing that. And you get to the point where those containers are then seized. And then, by the time that was seized and, they are going to auction, you are still importing, into the system. The question you would even ask is that, you work under a ministry as a state-owned. Fortunately for me, when I was running graphic, I did not work under any ministry, but you work under a ministry. So you'll be able to speak to your Minister for Energy, who should be able to also engage his colleague Minister for Finance, so that at that particular point, because the laws that is going to be made by you, allowing your containers for demurrage to set in, and for these material that you have imported from China to now be sold to a Chinese person, turned into ingot, and you going to import, even it might be the same material back again into this country. Definitely, there's some crass incompetence, being demonstrated there. I'm not surprised that You know the interesting thing, when he was appointed, the Engineering Council law asks that for anybody who runs an engineering entity, a state-owned engineering entity, has to be a licensed practitioner. We wrote to the Ghana Institute of Engineers, wrote to the presidency about that. There was no response. So you would have expected that definitely, you know, a manager of his caliber would do better than has been done.
Well, he has his position on that managerial role, so-called, is not one that necessarily has to be occupied by somebody who is...
No, you see, again, it is not about his opinion. It's about the Engineering Council law and the regulation, who stipulates it in clear English. So that's not about his opinion. But let's leave that. Even if you are not an engineer, the issues about management, it's about the fact that you are managing. You're procuring. When you are procuring, the cost of procuring includes your freight, include your clearing, include the duties you are going to pay. And my worry about it is that you clear, you import, and you are not able to clear because you have not paid the money. But you've ordered again. How does that correlate? But I think that there's been clear criminality here. And again, in this country, we should just allow the laws to work. So I will urge the minister that we need to deal with the issue of whether this thing is missing, who got it sold. Let's get, because you can track, you know, these containers have serial numbers when they are moving in the port. So let's, and again, I agree with Ben, let's deal with the issue of how this has been, whether it's been misplaced, whether it's been auctioned, how it was done. Did it go according to the procedure? And then we deal with the ECG procurement issues. But then the major thing that we also should be dealing with, fortunately for us, the current Minister for Communication and Digitalization is pushing for a data hub. If you had a consolidated data hub of all the data of government, and you have, you know, various algorithms sitting on it and taking decisions, somebody would have seen it to say that, ECG is importing. 2, we've seen ECG demurrage happening. 3, we are seeing ECG going to sell, and be able to arrest that at a particular point. So we need to get this day, you know, get big data working for us to ensure that there's some better coordination amongst the entities. Okay. But unfortunately for me as an engineer, I shudder the way we have done this particular thing in terms of, you know, again, so the issues about procurement, look at procurement. Definitely for anybody who manages anything, you know that you will do your procurement plan. So you have your procurement plan. If you have your procurement plan, and actually what you finally get procuring, a plan that you did, the plan was not done for you anything, it's so many percentages over that. And you do that repeatedly a number of years, there's definitely something wrong. I'm sure definitely the board would have approved it. But the board should be questioning. Why is it that we are under budgeting when it comes to our procurement, and then we will procure finally at the end of the year, and then we repeat that subsequent years? So let's assume, again, the numbers, escape me. Let's assume that in 2022, you budgeted 100 million, and then you procured 1 billion. But then you come in 2023, then you also now are budgeting 120. When you know in the past you had done 1 billion. So there should be some questions that should be asked. So this issue of the question should not only be asked of the managing directors, it should be asked of all the board of directors. And for me, in this particular situation, when we want to deal with the issues of the criminalities that are involved, we need to invoke the Companies Act and let people know that when you go and sit on these boards, it is not just, business as usual. You have fiduciary responsibility. And if you look at the new Companies Act, 992, people should go to jail, be members of the board. So we are not only looking at those with executive power, but those who also had fiduciary responsibility and sat on the board. We should also be asking questions of all of them. So deal with the ECG issues, deal with the corporate governance issues, and also then deal with the whole issues about where the containers are. And it is in the same light that I would also recommend to the current government that in the issues of SOEs, let's stop using appointment to SOEs, CEOs, and boards as, rewards. It should be based on competence. Meritocracy should exist. And it is very important. And I would urge the current government that, it is something that we should pay attention. I think that the National Transitions Act is doing a lot more damage to us than we are getting. The rate at which we just then change everybody. For me, I think one of the things that got me to succeed at Graphic was the fact that I was not appointed by the president. So when the president changed, nobody changed me. I had to resign because I disagreed with what Nanado had done in appointing somebody. But if we don't do this, and what we are saying is that once you're appointed, a new government comes into power, you will go. What it means is that the likes of Prof and all of that, no matter how well Prof does at his particular role, President Mahama would stay for only 4 years. You know, even if NDC wins again and the next president that comes and wants to apply this transition act, we'll do some of these changes. So I'm hoping that we should get to the point where meritocracy gets to the top, so that we don't reward people just because, oh, you campaign for me, you are in my government, but we reward people. Loyalty is important, but we first and foremost, we make sure that the person we will put there is competent enough. Okay. If, you know, those who are running ECG, when all the dust settles, for me, I would ask the Ghana Institute of Engineers, all the engineers that are involved, we need to bring them to the GHIE and ask them whether they also, in terms of the ethics that govern what engineers should do, whether they did that. We need to get to the point where we, professional bodies, start holding our colleagues accountable. Unfortunately, as my grandmother would say, it is you people who, the clerks, who carry pens in your pocket. You are raping this country and causing all the problems. We did not have these when we were stand 7 and stand 4 people running this nation. So all of us need to start looking at ourselves and say, some of the things that we're talking about that we're doing to ourselves, we are not being fair to this country at all.
There certainly has to be some questions asked. Prof, for example, just a quick on this.
Just want, you know, the whole thing for me is technical, but looking at the man, Dubik Mahama, that I know, the very affable gentleman, and looking at what I'm seeing here, you see, my only deduction is that then it means there were some unseen forces or hands that were pushing or manipulating some of these things. And of course, not all of them will be able to be bold to say that, well, people were manipulated. And it fits into your point that you've made, Doc, about the appointment of the right caliber of people to head certain positions. You see, when I became, ever since I became CEO of Ghana Shippers of Authority, I have gone, even including yesterday, I've gone around to be talking to people that I think are very sensible, people that I think have what it takes to help salvage this country from the doldrums, including Martin Kpebu. I've been talking to him. Ben Bachi, I don't know whether I have his permission, but yesterday I've been talking to other people that, look, the problems that I see, okay, some of the things that I am addressing at my place, they require just common sense and goodwill and your ability to say, no, this is wrong. And I know so many people in Ghana who can stand up and say that this is wrong, let's fix it. I'm saying, if we don't do this, look, we will change government and government and government. Ghana will never develop. Because you need people who are bold, people who can. I tell my people that, look, at my level as CEO, I am not traveling in business or first class. Me, I'll fly economy. If I'm flying economy, because you know what? Government has come to these agencies of state and then swept all our monies just to be able to pay for the bondholders. That's why Sophia Kufu is no longer picketing. You see, but that's an ingenious way. Okay, government went, we've saved a lot of money. Government said, well, you saved a lot of money. It's not for you, it's for the state. So they took all our resources, okay, so that they can settle some of these bondholders and all that. I didn't quite agree, but upon second thought, I mean, the money is not for you, it's for the state. And if it must be used, let the state use it. But because of that, my organization and other organizations, we don't have a lot of resources now. Okay? And so I am not the one who, because we don't, given the circumstances that we find ourselves, then you'll be authorizing certain things, you'll be doing certain things in flamboyance and all. So I gave, some people were traveling. They wanted, oh, but these people were there. I said, no. Even me, if I have to travel, okay? I mean, I'm a full soldier. I'm a lecturer. Okay, I'm not even used to those kinds of flamboyance. Okay. So let us do things in a manner that would reflect our current circumstances as a place where there is no money because government has. And I said to some people yesterday, my head of finance said, hey, this thing that you did, it has sent a certain message. I said, that is what we have to do. You need people who will be able to send certain messages that is not going to be business as usual. And so I think that in the case of this ECG thing, I think there were some unseen forces. But me, those unseen forces, if you come to me with the greatest of respect, I'll tell you that, please, before this, I was already Ranso Jampo. Okay, we will do the right thing. Let us, for once, agree that there are certain things that were wrong and we cannot continue. Let's do it.
The hands to again. We say it. Let me just use myself as an example. As managing director of graphic, neither President Mahama, President Mills, or Nanado called me one day to say, do this story, do this story. We allow this, and again, so that's what I'm saying. We allow people who are beneath, who you don't take your power from, to now come and start telling you things. And when you do it, you yourself, you are not worthy of the place. Yes. So, like Prof. Jampo is saying, those of you who have been appointed, please, stop using hands, and you yourself call out to those
the
people.
point is that there is a tendency. There's a tendency to appoint people that you can easily control. Okay, people, so that if you appoint an independent-minded person, oh, this man we cannot control and all that. But you see, that's why I applaud some of the appointments that President Mahama has made. People who are clearly not party people being brought on board. And I will urge that we should look at this, you know, in a broader perspective. You see, your support to a political party must not earn you a position in government. Because you support a party because you think that the party has what it takes to govern, to transform. So when the party comes into office, the president now has the mandate to assemble the right caliber of people to help him prosecute his mandate so that Ghana will develop. Okay, but the idea that, oh, we all supported the party, and because we all supported, what was the support? I went to fight for the party, so I should be made a minister. What was support? I gave money to the party, so I should be made a minister. And what was your support? They slapped me because of the party, so I should be. I mean, these things are, in my view, irrational considerations. Okay. Let us look for meritocracy so that some of these things will not happen. Because I can imagine if I'm being asked to do some of these things, respectfully, I would draw attention to the fact that the reason why this mandate was given to this region was to reset. Okay? And to reset means let us go back to how things were done in a manner that could be described as satisfactory, you know, for the benefit of many Ghanaians. So the idea of political manipulations and all that, I think, must stop. And then we must consider appointing people who truly can be able to help, rather than people that can be manipulated and be given instructions here and there to do things. You see, so if you do that, okay, if you yield to some of these things, at the end of the day, you'll be the one to be answering questions and order. And like you rightly said, you wouldn't have the top echelons worrying you. Sometimes you have people below who may, thankfully, some of us, by the grace of God, maybe they will look at our face, so they will not come and worry us. But
there was a reference made to a particular position of the law on the procurement of ECG. The fact that there was a ruling, you referenced Sophia Akufo. But what exactly is it, and why is it that ECG, per the committee's report, says their procurement is not subject to the procurement law, essentially? Why is that?
Yeah, so you remember last week we said, look, new king, new law. The conclusion on this matter was that the minister said he was going to engage the Attorney General, right? And we said, yes, we support that call, so that the Attorney General will re-look at the previous Attorney General's, opinion on the matter. Because, you see, from what we're saying, and there's a High Court decision, so let's come to the High Court decision too. That says that, oh, ECG is not, subject to the Procurement Act because it's a limited liability company, right? But last week we made the point that that's a High Court decision. So why doesn't the Attorney General look at it again, and then we re-engineer, you go back to court. I sit here, you remember Pebu number 2, especially the non-bailable decision. before that, the Supreme Court had given certain decisions where they didn't strike down the law. So when I was going to make that attempt, some older lawyers looked at me, they laughed and said, oh, Master, this case you lose. We went and we won. So for me, and especially because it's a high court decision, I don't think that is the end of the matter. Let the Attorney General look at it again. Then he can, you know, take it on and push it. Because the committee believes, that's a committee set up by this Honorable Minister, John Jinapo, says that they believe that the Procurement Act should apply. But Dubik and his people, when they were in office, no, they didn't agree because Attorney General gave them an opinion that ECG is a limited liability company, so they are not subject to the Procurement Act. They only be subject to it when they receive government funds. But the money we pay, okay, can't we make an argument that yes, though limited liability company, I know there is separate personality, etc. But sometimes we have to think outside the box.
Right.
If ECG manages its resources well and makes profit, it will go to government. So for that reason, we have a stake in the revenues that are generated. So if we have to use better laws to be able to get ECG to operate well so that ECG can make profit, why not? So for me, as I said, look, let the minister engage the AG. Let's take a second look. Except that people too are raising the issue of possible conflict of interest. We are told that, the Attorney General, Dominic Ayine, was lawyer for ECG whilst he was in opposition. He did the PDS matter, represented ECG, and also Fidelity Bank against ECG, the matter of the exchange rate. So I know Bright Simmons has written an article, or they've sent, even if it's not him directly, I don't know if you've seen it on social media, they've raised questions that what we are asking for now, saying that ECG is not, what we are asking for, which is that ECG is amenable to the Procurement Act, is something that Ayene had argued against in the Fidelity matter. So now that Ayene is AG, if we go there, his position may not change. So, Dr. Ayene, this is a matter people are raising. You have to look at it. If there is conflict, then maybe SREMSI should be given an independent opportunity to do his opinion. As a Deputy Attorney General, he can do. Okay? Yes. So that it will, because if Ayene does it and says still ECG is not subject to the Procurement Act, they will say, oh, then it's the same position he held from this opposition. So maybe and
right, but gentlemen, I need to
be honest, from where I sit, interpreting the Procurement Act, I will arrive at a conclusion that ECG is subject to the Procurement Act.
Okay,
that's the way I see it.
Right,
but
thank you.
Views I had
thank you very much. Now, gentlemen,
did not subscribe
quick one.
This particular position.
Yeah, that's what I say. So it depends on where you sit, each person and how they want.
Mr. Timothy Nyame is the General Secretary of the Public Utilities Workers Union. They issued a statement as well. Mr. Nyame, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. And good morning to your panel members and viewers.
Yes, on the matter of the procurement issues and the concerns raised as a result of this committee's report, what is PU's position on it? Is there a real concern in the procurement practice of ECG?
Yes. As a PU as a major stakeholder in ECG, sustainability of ECG is our main concern. Without ECG, we don't have members. Without members, then PU have no business in ECG. So everything that goes on in ECG, PU is actually concerned. And the issue of procurement and the procurement of items sitting at the port has been issue of discussion with management over the period until today.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Your Honor.
Yeah, so the issue of procurement and the issue that have arisen of the missing containers is of much concern to PU and the workers of ECG, because it's something that we have been following over the period and discussing with management or top management on how quickly best they can be able to clear those items and bring them to the company for use. Only to hear that about more than 1,003 have been missing. That's why we issue a press statement and asking the minister and the team to continue to pursue the issue and get to the logical conclusion of it. And also those involved in this transaction should also be made accountable, to be held accountable and also answer questions for their action.
I see. Well, and so what are the specific demands that you're making of the minister and the support you say you're going to give to him in investigating this matter? Very quickly.
Oh, all that we are saying that we support the action of the Ministerial Committee on investigation. And we are also saying they should try and also identify the items and retrieve them for use at the company. You know, procurement issues are some of the issues we raised to government and for that matter the minister during the issue of privatization of or private sector participation. We were concerned about the procurement and how to handle and how to deal with them. And now that these items have been procured, sitting at the port, and some are getting missing, we are concerned. So efforts of the committee to locate, retrieve, and also deal with perpetrators, we will give our support.
Very much for your thoughts on this. Timothy Nyame is General Secretary of the Public Utilities Workers Union, POWO, there joining us. Now, that particular comment then leads us to, in fact, our next issue for the morning, and that has to do with the minority on the Defense and Interior Committee of Parliament raising concerns about some two aircrafts that landed at the Kotka International Airport and the contents therein. This is Reverend Tim Fojo, the ranking on the Defense and Interior Committee of Parliament, addressing the press earlier this week about that. Take a look.
National Security conducted a major raid on a warehouse in Sapiman in the South Municipality in Accra, where they uncovered 12 20-foot containers filled with gold bars and unspecified amount of cash in various denominations of US dollars and Ghana cedis, worth over several billions of dollars. Nearly 2 months after this operation, National Security has failed to brief the public on the status of their investigation relating to the corporates behind the billions of gold and cash stashed in the 12 containers, and failed to disclose the actual quantity of gold and the specific amount of money retrieved during the operation and what the state intends to do with the gold and cash currently in the custody of National Security. We demand accountability. Does the government, through National Security, intend to divert the 12 containers filled with gold and cash only to turn around to deceive the public in the end and probably call the gold as fake and the cash as counterfeit? On another security matter related to our airspace, the Minority Caucus calls on National Security to, as a matter of urgency, make public the content of cargo suspected to be cocaine and cash transported into the country by two suspicious flights, namely Med Flight N823AM and Kavok Air Private Jets Antonov An-12B. There is no evidence of medical referral of or patients accompanying or on board the flights on either legs of the flight. We are reliably informed that contrary to the expectation that the Air Med flight would carry patients, the purpose for which it was designed and operates, it rather on this occasion carried suspicious cargo suspected to be cocaine and cash in various United States dollars denominations. It is the expectation of the Minority Caucus that transparency in such critical matters of airspace security is upheld in order to assure our citizens of the continued security of our airspace.
We are not going to do that.
Well, that's Reverend Tim Fojo there, making that specific claim that they had intelligence that these flights that came in were suspected to be carrying cocaine and money that has been laundered. Phyllis Kwachofosu is in charge of government communications. He issued this 3 days ago. Take a look.
Disinformation machine of the new patriotic party has been ratcheted up, and they've taken it a notch higher. This time, Reverend Intim Fojo, who also doubles as the Member of Parliament for the good people of Asin South, has made very wild claims to the effect that 2 aircrafts which passed through Ghana for various reasons were carrying drugs, and that was the reason why they were here. He also alleged that they were involved in money laundering, and therefore he was calling for investigations. As you may be aware, President Mahama gave him the opportunity to present any evidence or any basis he has for making that claim to the security services, so that together we could look into the matter to ascertain whether there was any truth in it. I can report to you that because he knew he was peddling total falsehoods and lies, he now claims, after being invited to assist with investigations, that he was speaking on behalf of the committee that he was part of, and that the views he expressed were not his personal views. So because of that, he says he's unable to cooperate with the security agencies. I say that he was peddling falsehood because the facts as they exist vary completely from the claims that he made. When he made that claim, he was only seeking to peddle falsehood in a bid to undermine the confidence that the people of Ghana have in this government. The truth is that 2 aircrafts with completely different purposes arrived in Ghana, and their arrival was perfectly legitimate, and they were here for very genuine reasons. The first one is an Antonov flight 12BK with registration number CVK 7037. Now this flight essentially is a cargo plane which arrived on the 12th of March 2025. Now no plane arrives in Ghana without a landing permit. So this plane secured a landing permit with number GAF/TMAO/25/7863. Now the purpose for arriving in Ghana was what we call a technical stop. Essentially, this is a cargo flight that was destined for the European Union market. And European Union regulations dictate that some specific regulatory requirements be met before any plane of that sort can enter the EU. Now, this plane originated from Luanda in Angola. It was loaded with oil drill equipment and lubricant oil, which were contained in jerrycans. It was headed for the EU market. Now, Luanda does not have the certification to carry out the sort of requirements that this plane had to meet before entering the EU market. Now, the specific requirement is a scanning and screening RA3 procedure, which is a requirement to enter the European Union. Rwanda doesn't have it. The Swiss cargo facility at the Kodoka International Airport has that certification, and they can do that kind of scanning. Whilst here, it developed an engine blade fault. Its engine blade was damaged, and then it was also detected that there was severe oil leakage, which required immediate attention. For that reason, a replacement aircraft, URCEZ, with registration number CVK 7007, was brought in to evacuate the cargo. The aircraft that was damaged remained here for 13 days. That is between 12 March and 25th March 2025.
Well, those are the videos you see there, and the aircraft in question, those two. But if you're still live here on Key Point, and as always, I'm clothed this morning by Cogra Clothing, and all throughout the Saturdays you've seen every outfit that I wear is by Cogra Clothing. There's the best version of you. You can call them on 0244 238 341, 0244 238 341. They are located on the Spinters Road, 18 Junction, opposite the Allied Oil Filling Station, ground floor, same building with the Ghana Made store. That is 0244 238 341. Now, after this explanation, when Tim Fojo says there are still gaps in the government's response, you did not address the specific issues about the content of the second aircraft as well. But here's where Ken Officer Sabaji is also been with us, still watching. Ken Officer Sabaji, first of all, your thoughts on this, especially because of how this matter has evolved, and now the government giving this detail in response to what the Member of Parliament has been saying.
Or activities. Then we had the chair of the Interior and Defense Committee. At least that was the first response I heard from the Honorable James Agalia, who tended to discount the allegations that the Honorable Ranking Member was making. Then we had the President come into the picture and assuring Ghanaians that his government took the issue of drug trafficking or transnational organized crime very, very seriously. And as a result, he had directed certain specific institutions, the NIB, I think Yoko, Narcotics Control Commission, and the Office of the National Security Coordinator and so on, to investigate. Then I would suppose that then bring him their findings, and maybe he could come back and inform the public. Now, whether this has happened or not, we have had the Director for Communications at the Presidency come in probably yesterday now to give a digit by digit account of what the planes involved were, why they were in the country, and concluded that there was nothing like drug trafficking or money laundering involved. Then I have heard myself, I think on Asempa yesterday, the ranking member again taken to the air and seriously debating, the points that or the claims that he had made. And I think one was with the Honorable Daffy Amepo, for instance. The Asempa one, I don't know whom he was with. My sense in all of this is that planes flying into a jurisdiction's airspace in broad daylight, and in one instance staying for as long or as many as 13 days, cannot be a secret flight. But the flies were seen, including the source, who purportedly gave him that intelligence. So that secret connotation has to be nuanced a bit better by him. Now, that wouldn't mean that certain activities in and around the airport and in the aircraft and between the occupants of the aircraft and certain other persons who went close to the aircraft could not have been of a secret nature. So the Honorable Ofosu-Kwakye has narrated why they were here, what was contained. I saw sub-jerrycans or some containers and boards in the plane and so on and so forth. And I would have supposed that if I thought that an activity of this nature may be in a place where I live, there is a gentleman who imports tires, and they arrive in containers. And then after that, you find a lot of movement from trucks and taxis coming to buy them. Now, if I have some intelligence that this businessman is using the cover of tire importation to bring in prohibited substances and goods, I don't take to the air. In all administrations, I would have known whom to call But for a larger part during the former President Kufuor's time, I was not in the country. But even if I wasn't, I would still have found somebody to convey that information to under a certificate of urgency to inform the authorities. And then when the news breaks, I could then latch onto the breaking news and then come in and maybe say, claim some credit for myself that, okay, I was the one who leaked it. In this day and age, I would have expected that somebody would have used his or her phone to record movements from around, in and out of the airport in order to give some credence that certain activities were suspicious. So that is the basis why I agree with those who say that. Fine. And I'm saying that I don't want to fault the MP. If he chose to go public, he should come with the evidence. Ranking member, you are entitled to make those claims. But where is your evidence? Then he turns around and says that, no, I have rather invited the authorities to come to Parliament and brief the committee or brief the House. Both ways can work. But where is the evidence to help, those who are doing the investigations? So this is where I'm torn in between. I don't want to label the honorable ranking member as playing politics. Because if he's playing politics, he will be exposed when at the end of the process, there is no substance to back his claim. But it may be that he's not playing politics. And because of the seriousness of drug trafficking and transnational organized crime, not only to us as Ghanaians or Ghana, but to the sub-region, the government must listen and compromise or build consensus with the ranking member and see where all efforts can help to unravel this. Until that is done, I think both sides are entitled to their claims. The government saying that there's nothing, the ranking member saying that there is something. Both sides have a responsibility to substantiate.
Well, but
I think this is where my preliminary comments would end.
I see. Well, but here's Dr. Mutala, and kind of first of all, I'll come to you on it, because if you talk about substantiating the claims, I'll find out whether the government's response and the detail given by Felix Kwatiof also doesn't suffice, because it shows pictures of exactly what happened, these flights and what they were carrying. Does that answer the specific questions being asked right now, based on at least the concerns raised and the perspective that kind of Professor Abaji is bringing to this?
Well, let me first and foremost say that my uncle is one of the persons I have so much, tremendous respect for. I have listened to him, on his views on, security matters. He's clothed with the capacity. I think that he's one of the security aspects in this country that we can rely on. But I'm surprised when he says that the honorable member is entitled to his claim, and government is also entitled to his claim, and therefore we must all come with, detailed evidence. What evidence again does he need government to come out with, when government indeed has, indicated that there is nothing to this, except that he has any information that we do not know? I mean, this is one of the reasons why some of us don't see it fashionable to address as honorable. Why? The conduct of some of our colleagues are absolutely dishonorable. And I think that the security agencies must not leave this gentleman to go scot-free. He needs to provide the people of this country the answers or the evidence that has informed this outrageous claim that he made. He made statements with certainty. He said that the intelligence, the information they have is that the aircraft was actually carrying cocaine. This is a serious allegation to be made by an honorable member of Parliament. And you think it's fashionable to be associated with this title because it is being ramshackled is berated that it doesn't come with the honor that is expected to come with. And frankly speaking, he must not be let to go off the hook. And in any case, he claimed that his views were views of the committee. I think that the committee members, including the chairman of the committee, that can never be the view and the position of the committee. If
the minority.
Is that the minority members? And I think that he addressed the people of this country, so he must be held accountable. He cannot try to find solace and comfort behind the minority to make such outrageous claim. And for me, putting fear and panic on the people of this country. Maybe perhaps for Ntim Fojo and the entirety of the minority. If there's any political party that has a record of associated to drugs, cocaine specifically, is the MPP. You have a sitting member of parliament. No, please. Please. This is a statement of fact. You have a sitting member. Can I finish? No. No, because it's political. No, please. Alfred, I'm a politician. I sit here representing a political party. I'm not here as Mutala.
Well, they are not here to defend.
I'm saying no, but why? I'm making a statement of fact. Didn't we have a sitting member of parliament from the MPP arrested with drugs and subsequently convicted in America? So if there's any political party that has an association with drugs, is the MPP. So I'm not making claims that are not founded. These are claims that indeed have been established without any doubt. Mind you, when that gentleman wanted to contest to be elected as a parliamentary candidate of the MPP, there were people in the party who raised concerns about it. He went through all the vetting processes of the party he proudly associates himself with. And that gentleman was elected. And he became a member of parliament. He was arrested with drugs, convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction. So if there is any political party,
there's a question
please,
that has been asked
if there is any political party that has
there's
association with drugs, is the NPP. This must be stated. So I have a challenge.
Specifics. For instance, Reverend Ntim Fojo says the specifics about the second flight that came in was not given in detail by Phyllis Kwachu. So they have to come and answer, at least before the Interior and Defense Committee of Parliament.
I'm saying that if you claim whether this or the other plane or specifics, you were given the opportunity to provide the state agencies clothed with the capacity to investigate this matter with evidence. And then you claim that you could not provide evidence because what you said was the views of the NPP minority. Did we know what they ate the night before he held that press conference? Sometimes, depending on the food you eat, sometimes I'm being focused. I am being focused. Sometimes, depending on the food people eat, they can look. Please, let's get serious. You have a sitting member of parliament who makes that claim. Do you know the consequences of that press conference they held? This was a press conference that was viewed globally, that Ghana becomes a money laundering state. Ghana becomes a country that indeed, it's serious. And for such a reckless statement to be made, not just a secret recording of a member of parliament, they held a press conference sanctioned by the entire NPP minority, because if they never sanctioned that press conference, there was no way he could do the things he did. And the NPP has not condemned or disassociated themselves from that statement. So that is why I'm making reference to the fact that if there's any political party that is associated with that, it's the NPP. Because the party sanctioned that press conference. If they never sanctioned that press conference, they would have condemned same. So I'm saying that the gentleman must not be left to go scot-free. He must provide evidence. It is in our collective interest, everybody, for him to provide evidence as to the certain and conclusive statement he made that the aircraft was actually carrying cocaine. He needs to provide evidence to the people of this country. So with all due respect to my uncle, I respect his opinion so much. I think that the government doesn't need to provide any evidence because government has, except that maybe he doesn't trust in the information that is provided by Honorable Felix, Kwach. But that is government position.
Okay, but because of the questions you ask of Professor Abuaje, I want to find out, first off, that point that you make about, yes, those two opinions, the people, the government and the Ntim Fojo are entitled to it, but then they must provide evidence. Felix Kwachu also has given some information. responding to the issues as to what the flights were carrying and how they got in, how much time or how many days they spent. What exactly are the issues that have not been answered for you on the side of government? And indeed, has Reverend Tim Fojo provided any evidence whatsoever?
From what I saw on TV, at least the government, in this case the state, has provided additional particulars about the 2 flights. Indeed, initially I thought, I was under the impression that the 2 flights were all air ambulances until the director for communications on the government side came and elaborated. Then I could distinguish between the nature of those 2 flights, you know. But the ranking member says that there are gaps. He used the word inconsistencies. I don't think he used the word contradictions. But I'm saying, according to him, I would choose to say maybe there are gaps in what the Honorable Minister has said. So therefore, the ranking member should not just say that there are inconsistencies. He should point out the inconsistencies. He should substantiate what those gaps are. And it can only be done fruitfully, constructively, if he brings evidence. The state has shown pictures. Now, has he got pictures, video clips, or audio clips that he could bring to the debate? It is not sufficient, in my view, for any one of us to claim malfeasance. And then when we're asked to bring the particulars, we then say, I think, on the part of the ranking member that what he said was discussed in committee and that he was speaking on behalf of the committee. But we all know that per parliamentary procedures, he's not the spokesperson for the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Defense and Security. It is rather the ranking member, the chair. And the chair didn't come out to make those claims. So I think, as I'm saying, in the interest of national security, both sides need to come out clearly and lay this matter to rest. Now, I want to recall, many, many decades ago, I cannot remember when I heard the story, but probably I was on military education program in the States. And the case was that in 1960, I think it was 1960, an American spy plane, the U series, U2 or whatever the U is, flew over Soviet airspace, and the Soviets shot down the plane.
Yes, and Ken, I wanted that specific response to that question that Dr. Murtala Mohammed asked as to whether the government's detail does not suffice for evidence, as in explanation for further detail given to why these flights landed. And you say that, yes, you acknowledge that detail, but also asking of Reverend Tim Fojo, just as Dr. Murtala Mohammed has said, to come with his evidence if he has it. Professor Jampo, just a quick one on this while we round up.
Quick one. I think listening to what has been said and observing what is going on, what I want to say is that, you see, the conduct of politics itself brings about development. And it predates partisan politics. People should note this. Politics is good, okay? But there's a difference between partisan politics and politics. Politics predates partisan politics. Okay, so sometimes it is partisan politics that would want people do all manner of things and say all manner of things just for the purposes of bringing about a certain unpopularity or winning elections and all that. I think that the great Reverend Tim Fojo is a man of God, and I have a lot of respect for him, and I believe that I believe that if clearly he has the evidence for some of his claims, then I think the appropriate place must be visited by him, and then you put out the evidence there. Because, in my view, we should know when to do partisan politics and when to allow governance and nation building to go on. Otherwise, if we always want to do partisan politics, then the very nation we are seeking to govern tomorrow may not exist for us to get the opportunity to go govern. If we succeed in painting Ghana that black among the committee of nations, nobody will take us serious. They will begin to be imposing certain sanctions, and tomorrow you may be in power. And you would have destroyed the very nation you may be seeking to serve. So I think that let us know when to do partisan politics and then when to allow governance and nation building to go on. I'm not saying that the minority group should not offer criticisms. They shouldn't keep on the toes or keep the government of the day on their toes. They have every right to do so. It is good for democracy. But in so doing, if we have evidence, any claim we may be making, let us, what will be the purpose? Let me just go and say this out there and then keep the evidence to myself. I mean, you create unnecessary fear and panic. But I think that the essence of also partisan politics and even politics itself is to solve problems. Okay, so if you are just going to say it out and keeping the evidence, quote unquote, evidence to yourself, then you are not helping, helping solve the problem that you're talking about. So I'll plead that once again, let us know when to do partisan politics and when to allow governance and nation building to go on. Otherwise, we'll destroy the very country we are seeking to serve tomorrow.
Just a quick one on this. Council.
So I think basically I'll go with what my co-panelists have stated, that to the extent that this is a matter that's embarrassing us internationally. I think Reverend Timfordjo should do better. Let him provide more clarity. Yes, we shouldn't be in a rush to paint our country black just because we want to come back into office. I mean, because in the absence of evidence to buttress his claim, that's what some of us would think it is about. That, okay, begin to paint this government black and then you can come back to office very soon. So Reverend Timfordjo, he should do better, he and the minority, and that will help our governance.
Alfred, the airport, Alfred, in fact, you see, that is why some people are calling for some purging to be done at the airport, to be very honest with you. Because, you see, people who took those pictures are people who operate at the airport. And then they can do that just to paint the government. I don't want to use the word black. I don't believe in this. I mean, to put the government in that light. I think that something ought to be done, because we do know the kinds of things they did, recruited security, recruited cleaners, recruited everything. Something ought to be done at the airport.
Right. Thank you very much. Dr. Murtala Mohammed is Minister in charge of Environment, Science and Technology. I've spent some time on the Galamsey issue also. And Professor Ransford Jampo is acting CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. And Martin Pebo is private legal practitioner. I also have engineer Dr. Kenan Shigbe, who joined us earlier, and then also Ben Boache and Timothy Nyame. I was clothed this morning by Kogra Clothing. You can call them on 0244-238-341. That's 0244-238-341. And today, the young lady, the KNUSC student who was murdered, 21 years old, Joanna Yabani, is being laid to rest. Our condolences to Dr. and Mrs. Yabani as they lay their daughter, Joanna Yabani, to rest. On behalf of the rest of the team, thank you so much for staying with us here on Key Point. Join us same time next week. I'm Alfred Ocansey. Have a great weekend.
D, I I will use a 4-pedal Mitchell.
Something massive is coming your way on Saturday, the 5th of April, the 26th Telecel Ghana Music Awards. Makes a grand stop at the Takrade Mall on an electrifying night of non-stop music. The 26th TGMA Experience Concert. Live in action, Kofi Kinata, Kwame Eugene, Empress Gifty, King Paluta, Sistefia, Kwal Kessie, Bees Trap, Jupiter, plus the 6 unsung nominees. All live and loud. Expect hits, expect energy, expect fireworks. Amba na ya be. The 26th TGMA Experience Concert is powered by Charterhouse with support from Guinness, TV3, Closer, British Council, KPMG, and sponsored by Telecel, connecting energies.
Every morning, I wake up to this miracle sleeping soundly, but mornings weren't always this peaceful. I remember the sleepless nights, leaks that woke us both up, damp clothes and tears. And all I wanted was for my baby to be dry and comfortable. Then I discovered Flora Kids baby diaper. Its maximum absorption keeps my little one dry all night, giving us peaceful, restful sleep. And the stretchy side tapes, they make sure it's comfy even when she's on the move. Thanks to Flora Kids baby diaper, our nights are calm and our mornings are full of giggles. For bulk purchases, call Delta Paper Mail on 0243 033 033.
Download OneXBet app and enjoy the variety of sports anytime, anywhere. OneXBet app, at the heart of the game.
Hello,
what is one misconception about the police service that you want to correct?
That corruption misconception. When the money fell on my thing and then it went on, the money was $100.
Madai, don't you have room for new members? Nah, me, baby.
Showbiz 360 shows every Saturday at 8 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by
Betway.
With no rules and no restrictions, our contestants are embracing their passion and delivering jaw-dropping performances. Who will rise to the challenge and secure their place in the next round? Talented Kids is on your screens this and every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on TV.
Powered by Indomie. Sponsored by
Enapa Foods,
Flora Tissues, Top Choco,
Fortune Spread for Bread, Vitamilk,
You Fresh Juice,
CTIW Foundation.
Every morning I wake up with purpose. They say experience comes with age. I say it comes with daring to start again and again. I have led teams. I've built dreams. I've learned that leadership isn't about having all the answers. It's about knowing how to grow. I lift as I climb, because true success is not about you. It's about what you pass on to others. So here's my advice. Be bold, be brilliant, build the life you deserve. Because today's woman, hey, she's unstoppable.
The all-new Today's Woman with Audrey Salome. Coming soon only on TV3.
Tadi, are you ready?
I will use a 4-pedal woman, me so my dodging.
Something massive is coming your way. On Saturday, the 5th of April, the 26th Telecel Ghana Music Awards makes a grand stop at the Takrade Mall on an electrifying night of non-stop music. The 26th, the TGMA Experience Concert. Live in action, Kofi Kinata, Kwame Uje, Empress Gifty, King Paluta, Sistefia, Ocansey, Bees Trap, Jupiter, plus the 6 unsung nominees. All live and loud. Expect hits, expect energy, expect fireworks. Amba na ya be. The 26th the TGMA Experience Concert is powered by Charterhouse with support from Guinness, TV3, Closer, British Council, KPMG, and sponsored by Telecel, connecting energies.
And I'm just looking at the list, right, on iTunes. Yeah. Top 10 songs, and it's all guys. And I feel like it's a little worrying. I feel like our women need a little more representation in there.
I agree. We need more help. We need more pushing. We need more opportunities. We need more platforms. You know all the right things to say to make me feel right. You feel me good life. Hey!